Chapter 2302. In addition to these two most obvious and intense battles, there were also thousands of Xian Immortal experts scattered around the mysterious Heaven sect. There were even more Heaven Immortal experts scattered around, and they were also fighting in a mess. The Zhao family obviously had the advantage in numbers. Whether it was the battle between Xian Immortal experts or Heaven Immortal experts, it was 2 against 1. The advantage was very obvious. Since they had successfully isolated the mysterious Heaven sect and bought enough time, there was no need to rely on the lives of their own disciples to destroy the mysterious Heaven sect. As long as the dragon trapping formation was set up, the people of the mysterious Heaven sect would not be able to escape. Then they could slowly let the Zhao family disciples enjoy the feeling of a cat and mouse game. When had the mysterious Heaven sect ever been bullied like this? From the beginning to the end, the mysterious Heaven sect had a lot of emergency measures, such as what to do if the sect was attacked or what to do if the mysterious Heaven sect was besieged, like the Three River Alliance. They basically had a comprehensive response plan. However, in the face of the Zhao clan's method of boiling a frog in lukewarm water, relying on their advantage in numbers to exhaust the experts on their side bit by bit, they couldn't do anything, even if they had the strength. This was very uncomfortable for the mysterious Heaven sect, but for the Zhao family it was a different feeling. On one hand, the feeling of constantly suppressing the experts of the mysterious Heaven sect made all the participating disciples of the Zhao family extremely happy. On the other hand, this kind of fighting method almost didn't cause any damage. Not only was it bullying, but it was also a few against 1. How long had it been since they felt so good? In recent years, the Zhao family's focus had been in the beast realm, so they didn't pay enough attention to the Zhao family's nest in the spiritual realm. As a result, they were suppressed by the major sect in the spiritual realm. Many hidden subsidiary sects had been dug out. Just this alone had cost them millions, and there were 3 super sects among them. It was only in the later stages that they slowly recovered. All the disciples of the Zhao family hated the mysterious Heaven sect, which led the major sect in the spiritual realm to oppose the Zhao family. Now that they had a chance to vent all their depression, they naturally went too far. Previously, there were many times when they had the chance to kill the other party, but they purposely chose not to. They watched as the other party fled with all kinds of injuries, and the Zhao family disciples followed behind to enjoy the fun of chasing and killing them. Only when they were tired of playing the game of cat and mouse would they start killing, and then they would join in the battle to help their fellow disciples kill even more powerful opponents. Because of this, when Yangchen arrived, he saw that although it was a tragic scene, at least half of the mysterious Heaven sect's experts were still alive. The mysterious Sky Nether Sea shuttle cut into the dragon trapping array at a very high speed and was immediately discovered. All news about Yangchen was the focus of the Zhao family, so when he appeared, the person in charge of the Zhao family immediately knew Yangchen's identity. Kill. Finish this quickly. With the sudden intrusion of Yangchen, the head of the Zhao family did not want to let his disciples waste any more opportunities. He very clearly issued an order to end the battle as soon as possible. Yangchen found the inheritance of the Immortal beheading platform in the Valley of No Return, which was not a secret to the Zhao family. Yanglan had already grasped the position of the sect master of the Black Tortoise Academy. A big shot of this level must know the inside story. If the sect master of the Black Tortoise Academy knew, it meant that Yanglan knew. At the same time, the Zhao family also got the same exact information from other sect. Yangchen was no longer a simple alchemist. No one knew how terrifying Yangchen, who had obtained the inheritance of the Immortal Executioner platform, was. Everyone clearly knew that Yangchen easily defeated a master in the Middle Xian Immortal stage of the Black Tortoise Academy with one hand, plus several Xian Immortal level masters and Heaven Immortal level masters. The joint attack of these experts could not hurt Yangchen at all. This made the Zhao family's evaluation of Yangchen to at least the same position as those Golden Immortal experts. If a Golden Immortal expert suddenly came to the periphery and still played around like a cat toying with a mouse, then they must be tired of living. Therefore, the Zhao family master made a prompt decision and immediately ordered people to end the battle quickly. The Zhao family master's order was very fast. In the blink of an eye, most of the people from the Profound Heaven sect who were fighting on the scene suffered. They had already been attacked for many days and did not even have the time to recover. They were barely hanging on to their last breaths. Now that the other party had sped up their attacks, they could no longer hold on. In just a few breaths, hundreds of people had been decapitated. Yang Chen did not care about anything else and was not afraid of exposing his strength. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Tao Junqi, Lin Zhengyuan, Ao Lan, Ao Lai, and Long Quang were all released. They each chose a direction and began to kill the Zhao family experts present. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Tao Junqi followed Yang Qin. The other women had returned to the sect and had not yet returned. Although Yang Qin only dispatched a total of 8 people, including Yang Qin, each of these 8 was a master. They were all experienced masters who had fought in the demon realm. As soon as they made their move, the scene had a great change. Many of the Profound Heaven sect's experts died, but the disciples of the Zhao family basically had no chance to escape when they encountered Yang Chen's group of 8. The 8 of them rushed into the battle and soon killed more than 100 Zhao family disciples. It had to be said that the weakest of the Zhao family experts who participated in the battle were Heaven Immortals. In the previous battles, only a few dozen of them had suffered minor injuries. The most serious one had only lost 2 legs. With the limb regeneration pill that Yang Qin had sold, this was not a serious injury at all. But now, they had lost more than 100 people in just a few moves. The Zhao family's sense of self-satisfaction that everything was under control immediately disappeared without a trace. However, this kind of loss increased the hatred of the Zhao family. Those who were still far away attacked even more ruthlessly, and the casualties of the Profound Heaven sect increased. At this time, Yang Qin couldn't care about anything else. He led everyone to the core of the Profound Heaven sect. He believed that the lower generation disciples of the Profound Heaven sect must be hiding in the core caves of the Profound Heaven sect. If they couldn't escape from the dragon trap formation, then they must be there. No matter what, since Yang Qin was here, he couldn't let the Profound Heaven sect be left with nothing. Otherwise, wouldn't his plan to take over the Profound Heaven sect be ruined? It was really funny. Yang Qin, who wanted to destroy the Profound Heaven sect the most, was now sparing no effort to save the Profound Heaven sect. It had to be said that the world was fickle, and it made people sigh. When Yang Qin attacked, he didn't forget to make a big scene to let Zhou Sheng and the Big Dipper elders know that they had reinforcements and could last longer. Zhou Sheng and the Big Dipper elders naturally noticed the movement here and knew that Yang Qin was rushing over. Zhou Sheng didn't know what he was thinking, but the Big Dipper elders felt gratified. Chapter 2303. In this situation where the Profound Heaven sect had become a rat crossing the street and everyone was shouting at them, how many sects that used to flatter and flatter the Profound Heaven sect did not appear. The only one that seemed to be rushing over to help was Yang Qin. Not only Yang Qin alone, but several of his women, as well as several supermasters, all did not hesitate to take action. Everyone's eyes were on them. It was obvious that other than Yang Qin, Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Tao Junqi, Lin Jingyuan, Ao Lan, and Quang Long were all golden immortal experts. Although Ao Lai was only a Xian immortal, his aura clearly had the aura of the Dragon Clan. Not only Ao Lai, but Ao Lan and Quang Long were also standard Dragon Clan experts. In other words, Yang Qin didn't know how many favors he had saved. Even when Sect Master Wu wanted to force him to persuade the Dragon Clan to fight against the Zhao family's Dragon Clan master, he didn't succeed. The favor he left behind was so easily used to rescue the Profound Heaven sect. That was a favor from the Dragon Clan. It was not a favor that could be casually made by a cat or dog. Originally, Yang Qin could have used these favors in a more beneficial place, but he did not hesitate to use them here. A friend in need is a friend indeed. What was a truly loyal disciple? This was it. Thinking of this, the Heavenly Dipper elders suddenly felt that everything they had done to cover up for Yang Chen was worth it. With Yang Chen as the arrowhead, Lin Jingyuan and Ao Lan as the wings, and the others in the center, they formed a small arrow formation. Yang Chen waved the beheading immortal saber and mercilessly cut any Zhao clan disciple in front of him into 2 pieces. Along the way, only the familiar words Yang Chen had shouted. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor were left behind. The experts of the Zhao clan who did not block Yang Chen's path were blessed today. They had only heard of these 6 words from Yang Chen. Only those who were about to die would hear them. Those who could live would not have a chance. They did not expect to have such a feast for their ears today. Not only did they hear it, but they also survived. In the past, when they heard the story about Yang Chen, everyone treated it as a joke. But ever since they found out about Yang Chen's true background, those who knew about it no longer treated it as a joke. When the owner of the Immortal beheading platform said this to you, it was best to take it seriously, unless you were willing to use your own head as a sacrifice to the Immortal beheading platform. The team of 8 people rushed forward very quickly, and the Zhao family members in front of them dodged almost as fast as they could. It had to be said that the Zhao family's command during the siege of the mysterious heaven sect was like their own arms. Seeing Yang Chen's actions, they knew what he wanted to do. They didn't want to give Yang Chen too many chances. In just a short period of time, 90% of the Black Heaven sect's experts who were besieged had been eliminated. They had been besieged by powerful forces, and they had wasted so many days of energy. It was an exaggeration to say that in the dragon trapping formation, those who weren't members of the Zhao family couldn't even absorb any spiritual power from the formation. They could only rely on the spirit stones they brought with them to absorb spiritual power. For the mysterious heaven sect, this was simply a disaster. The most difficult to deal with were not those Xian immortal experts, but Zhou Sheng and the Tiangang elders. There was no need to mention Zhou Sheng. In a one-on-one fight, no expert from the Zhao family could be compared to him, even the expert from the Dragon clan who had seriously injured him. But now, the Zhao family had made it clear that they didn't want to have a fair duel with him. They wanted to bully him with numbers. If Lin Zongxuan was here, Zhou Sheng might be able to deal with them for a while. But now, it was impossible for him to block the attacks of more than a dozen golden immortal experts from the Zhao family and 1 expert from the Dragon clan. These days, it wasn't the first time that Zhou Sheng had been injured. He had been injured at least 7 times, and each time, Zhou Sheng relied on the 7 revolution Lingji mushroom jade pill given by Tao Junkie to quickly heal him. And the price of his 7 injuries was that 6 golden immortal experts of the Zhao family were seriously injured and forced to retreat from the battle, and 1 golden immortal expert died on the spot. The death of 7 golden immortal experts was the biggest loss of the Zhao family apart from those Xian immortal experts. In the battle of ordinary Xian immortal experts, the Zhao family almost didn't suffer any losses. But in the battle of the highest power, even if the Zhao family relied on numbers, the losses brought by Zhou Sheng alone were enough to make the Zhao family's heart ache. In the past, there was already a golden immortal expert who went to explore the secret of the Valley of No Return and never came back. Now, everyone knew that it was impossible to come out after entering the immortal beheading platform. In addition to the results of Zhou Sheng's battle in the demon realm and the golden immortal expert killed by Zhou Sheng, the Zhao family had lost at least 6 golden immortals. In front of Yang Chen, there was basically no one who could withstand a single blow. The Zhao family's Xian immortal experts had long been warned to be careful of Yang Chen. Now, under the command of the leader, they all retreated. However, there were 3 golden immortal experts who immediately rushed in this direction, intending to block Yang Chen's group. Among the 8 people, only Lin Jingyuan was a golden immortal expert who had truly experienced the heavenly tribulation. Be it Ao Lan or Long Quang, they were only golden immortals from the spiritual realm. Innately, they were inferior to real golden immortals. Of course, The Zhao family's golden immortal experts could see this, so they sent 3 golden immortal experts. They already felt that it was enough to block the advance of Yang Chen's group. Of course, Lin Jingyuan took the lead to meet one. As for the other 2, one directly blocked Ao Lan and Long Quang, while the other targeted Yang Chen. The immortal beheading platform's prestige was simply too great. No one knew this better than these fellows who came down from the immortal realm. Even though Yang Chen only seemed to have reached the Xian immortal level, none of them would look down on him. Instead, they treated him with the most serious attitude. As for Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Tao Junki, and Ao Lai, they were 4 Xian immortal level fellows. So what if one of them was from the dragon race? Didn't they see that the 4 of them were protected in the middle when the 8 of them charged forward? Just this alone was enough to explain everything. There were also Zhao family's Xian immortal experts rushing over under the lead of their 3 ancestors. Since they had the advantage of numbers, they had to make use of the advantage of numbers. Not to mention only 8 people. Even if there were 80 of them, what could they do? Were they afraid that they would overturn the heavens? The previous losses were only because they hadn't expected it. Now that the Zhao family had completely recovered, the hatred of Yang Chen and the others for killing the Zhao family disciples could only be paid with the blood of the 8 of them. The person in charge even started to imagine the beautiful future after they killed Yang Chen and obtained the inheritance of the immortal beheading platform. The 3 dragon race experts were also not bad. They were full of good things. The Zhao family would definitely be able to achieve a complete victory and return with great rewards, even if they didn't get the profound heaven sex wealth. Just the wealth of Yang Chen alone was enough to make people drool. Chapter 2304. An unimaginably terrifying killing intent enveloped a radius of 100 miles. Yang Chen did not greedily want to kill all the enemies in the dragon trapping formation. Instead, he tried his best to concentrate his killing intent in order to give the Zhao clan cultivators the greatest deterrence. This was the spiritual world, not the mortal world. Furthermore, the enemies were basically all trained in the demon realm. A killing intent that was too scattered would not be able to guarantee sufficient effect. It was better to concentrate it within 100 miles to achieve the greatest effect. The zither music and killing intent were released. Before Yang Chen could make a move, the nearest Xian immortal experts were already bleeding from their 7 orifices and their bodies went limp. With such a close distance, the Xian immortal experts who had not experienced the tempering of killing intent could not withstand it at all. The luckiest person was Ao Lan and Long Quang's opponent. After being disturbed by the zither music and killing intent, Ao Lan directly grabbed and broke one of his opponent's legs. Long Quang was not bad either. However, he only lost an arm. After all, Long Quang's spirit body and physical body had not completely merged. His cultivation and consciousness were still perceptive, so he was not able to take his opponent's life. First of all, the golden immortal master in front of Yang Chen was just a little stunned. This level of killing intent was not the true eruption of the immortal beheading stage. It could only make him stunned for a moment. However, this was enough. When he suddenly woke up, Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber had already landed on his neck. On this point, Sect Master Wu's method of actively pushing himself to the position of leader was not wrong. Unfortunately, he did not have enough experience to convince the masses. His eagerness for quick success caused the other collaborators to turn against him. His goal was not wrong. It was just that his methods were wrong, causing him to deviate from his original goal. One should not underestimate this small distraction. One had to know that there were still 3 golden immortal experts in front of him. They were true golden immortals. If they seized the opportunity and succeeded in one attack, even Yang Chen would not be able to bear the consequences. This was clearly the case for those who besieged Yang Chen. Under the control of the 3 golden immortal experts, the other experts of the Zhao family had a tacit understanding with each other. Every time they launched a surprise attack, it always forced the enemy to dodge slightly. although the attacks of these Xian Immortal experts might not be able to cause much damage to Yang Qin, Lin Jingyuan, or Ao Lan Quanlong, it was still able to slightly distract everyone. The sound of a zither that could split the sky and split the sea suddenly rang out in a radius of dozens of miles. The zither sound that could split the clouds and split the stones carried an extremely strong killing intent that suddenly exploded. The heavenly phoenix zither, which had been tempered by Big Brother Li Cheng and the dragon race's materials, directly unleashed its strongest power, wantonly erupting. Just when everyone thought that Yang Qin and the others were in danger, something unexpected happened. If such a fatal mistake were to occur in a battle against a strong enemy, it would really be fatal. Whether it was Yang Qin, Lin Jingyuan, or Ao Lan Quanlong, they had never been easy to deal with. If they did not grasp such a great opportunity, they would be letting down their many years of experience. Just as Lin Jingyuan's flying sword pierced through the opponent's body, Gao Yu's 2 dragon horn flying swords followed closely behind. Yang Chen's killing intent and Zhou Xianying's zither sound had already eliminated most of the surrounding Zhao family disciples. This golden immortal expert did not even have a companion to help him seize the opportunity. He could only watch as Gao Yu's 2 flying swords pierced his throat and the other pierced his forehead. Zhou Xianying did not appear at the start. This was Yang Chen's intention. If the Zhao family's cultivators did not meet them face to face and instead hid, Zhou Xianying's zither sound would not be able to achieve the best effect from such a distance. It was better to let Zhou Xianying hide at the start and then launch a surprise attack at the right time. This was the best method. The 2 dragon horn flying swords were incomparably sharp. Even if the opponent was a true golden immortal expert, he would not be able to stop the 2 flying swords from piercing through. With 2 soft sounds, the 2 flying swords pierced through the golden immortal expert's throat and head. In an instant, the golden immortal expert lost his life. The corpse did not even fall to the ground before it was directly collected by Gong Sunling. Zhou Xianying's kill symbol techniques, zither, sound finally appeared when Yang Qin and the others had the most enemies. Coupled with Zhou Xianying's kill symbol techniques, zither sound, the second primordial spirit did not hesitate to release its strongest killing intent. However, this lucky fellow was only lucky to not die. Tao Junkie's pure Yin true fire directly burned into his sea of consciousness while he was heavily injured. At the same time, Ao Lai's spirit devouring dragon fire also burned in this fella's sea of consciousness. Puff! A big head flew into the sky, but not much blood flowed out. All the blood had been absorbed by Yang Chen's blood demon vine flying sword. The next moment, the body and head of the golden immortal expert disappeared without a trace with a wave of Gong Suinling's hand. Sometimes it was a fixed number of people, but more often it was a tacit understanding of everyone's cooperation. It had to be mentioned that Yang Chen's family could gain experience in the Devil Realm, and the Zhao family could also gain experience in the Demon Realm. In terms of combat experience alone, these core masters of the Zhao family were much more powerful than the masters of the major sect who had only gained experience in the trial grounds. In this regard, Yang Qin also sighed in his heart. If the major sect had the same command and dispatchability, the Zhao family might not be able to compete with a major sect with the power of so many supersect. Unfortunately, most of the time, some fearless coordination and compromise consumed most of the energy, and many of the best opportunities were lost. Seeing that Yang Chen's group of 8 had fallen into a heavy encirclement, the leader of the Zhao family, who was commanding the battle from afar, also smiled. On the Xiantian sect side, the Big Dipper elders were also nervous, and even Zhou Sheng began to try to get closer to this side. At this time, only their own people could come to the rescue, no one else could. A sword pierced through the heart, but the golden immortal expert did not die immediately, just seriously injured. If they escaped in time, they could still enjoy a good life. Unfortunately, Yang Chen's group had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. How could they let it go so easily? In a short time, the wave of Yang Chen's group of 8 was stopped, and the Zhao family achieved this effect. It took less than a cup of tea's time to lose less than 200 Xian immortal masters. The Zhao family's coordination and command ability was evident. Lin Jingyuan's opponent did not have it easy either, and his experience was similar to that of Yang Chen's enemy. The only difference was that he was not beheaded, but pierced through the heart. Even the 3 golden immortal experts were flustered by the endless killing intent and the boiling sound of the zither. They panicked and immediately fell into chaos. It had to be said that the Zhao family's siege strategy was very efficient, as if they had practiced the strategy for many days. When besieging, who was the main attacker, who was the support, and what to do when in danger, there were rules to follow. Chapter 2305. The Golden Immortal Expert let out a long scream as he fled. He had lost an arm, half a shoulder, a leg, and a small part of his pelvis. His divine sense was also eroded and burned by 2 types of fire seeds. This kind of pain was not something an ordinary cultivator could endure. The managers and experts of the Zhao family were shocked. Immediately, more than 10 Xian immortal experts flew out as fast as they could. They wanted to bring this golden immortal ancestor, who only had half a body left, to a safe place. The golden immortal expert had someone to receive him, but the Zhao family disciples within 100 miles around Yangqin were not so lucky. Yang Chen chopped off the golden immortal expert's head. Immediately, several different colored lights flew out from Yang Chen's hand and flew in different directions. In an instant, countless black fog filled the air and enveloped the entire area. Within the black fog, there was also a black liquid. These 2 things could not be easily detected using divine sense. The moment the Zhao family cultivators came into contact with these 2 things, they immediately let out miserable screams. A blood-red shadow dashed everywhere like a snake. Everywhere it went, it left behind dried corpses. There was also an earthen yellow light. As long as a cultivator touched it, they would definitely explode and die. Even though these Zhao family cultivators were at least heaven immortal experts, under Yang Chen's great yin-yang 5 elements, flying sword, and the strong interference of the demonic qi, none of them could withstand a single blow from Yang Chen. Lin Jingyuan was not idle either. His flying sword was also a life-reaping impermanence. Everywhere it passed, blood spurted out. When a true golden immortal expert went all out and wantonly slaughtered Xian immortal experts, it was not much harder than killing a chicken. The dragon clans Long Quang and Ao Lai were both ruthless people. Until now, Long Quang only found Yang Chen's family pleasing to the eye. He did not put the other human cultivators in his eyes. Ao Lai was a loyal fighter. It might be difficult for them to deal with a golden immortal, but killing these Xian immortal experts who were affected by the demonic qi and zither music was not a problem at all. As for the more reserved Ao Lan, when he felt the aura of the dragon race expert from the Zhao clan, his eyes turned bloodshot. If not for Yang Chen's plan, Ao Lan might have already pounced forward. Gao Yu's body was like a hedgehog. Countless flying swords rose and fell one after another. Every time a sword light flew out, there would always be a figure falling to the ground. The only 2 who seemed to be free were Zhou Xianying and Tao Junqi. However, Zhou Xianying continued to play the murderous Dao musical formula. It was just that she did not go out to kill. Tao Junqi, on the other hand, was constantly releasing invisible pure Yin true fire in all directions. Many Zhao clan cultivators were unable to break free from it after coming into contact with it. The most ruthless flame, of course, was the yin-yang heaven burning fire. 2 fire dragons, one black and one white, surrounded the outermost perimeter, sealing off all the Zhao family cultivators within a radius of 50 kilometers. Except for the Golden Immortal Master, who desperately used the blood escape to escape the circle of the yin-yang heaven burning fire. Including the dozens of Xian immortal masters who supported him, no one else could escape. This time, at least 1,000 people of the Zhao family were trapped. One had to know that the mysterious Heaven sect and the Zhao family had been fighting for so long, and only one golden immortal master was killed. The others were just injured, but not dead. As long as there was a top-grade healing pill, they could be saved at any time. But when Yang Qin came, in just a short period of time, thousands of Xian Immortal and Heaven Immortal masters of the Zhao family died, and he also killed 2 golden immortals who were crossing their tribulation. If there was no top-grade medicinal pill, the golden immortal who was seriously injured and his spiritual sense was burned by the 2 kinds of Yin fire, it would be difficult for him to escape death. On the mysterious Heaven sect side, the Heavenly Dipper elders almost cheered. If they were not still in the middle of the battle and had to protect important people, they would have rushed over regardless of everything. Even Zhou Sheng's spirit was lifted, and his attacks were much more neat than before. Yang Qin really got something great in the immortal beheading platform. Otherwise, how could he have the ability to kill a golden immortal master so cleanly and neatly? At this time, the remaining masters of the mysterious Heaven sect also did their best. Since they had seen hope, they naturally had to persist to the end. At this moment, the Zhao family's patriarch even felt like vomiting blood. He originally thought that 8 fat lambs had come to him and was about to go on a killing spree. Suddenly, the fat lambs turned into ferocious tigers that slaughtered the experts on his side. More than 1,000 Xian immortal masters. No matter how strong the Zhao family was, they still had more than 1,000 Xian immortal masters. Anyone would feel heartache if they failed to destroy the mysterious Heaven sect and lost more than 1,000 Xian immortal masters. They wouldn't have to wait to go back to receive the family's punishment. It would be more comfortable to end their lives outside. Kill. This time, the Zhao family's patriarch directly gave an order that disregarded casualties. Kill Zhou Sheng and destroy the mysterious Heaven sect at all costs. Previously, because the Zhao family had enough time, they cherished the lives of their disciples. They only relied on slowly consuming the strength of the mysterious Heaven sect's experts before finally killing them in one fell swoop. The casualties were almost negligible. But now, Yang Qin suddenly appeared. He actually abducted a golden immortal who was crossing the tribulation out of nowhere, and his lethality was astonishing. Caught off guard, Yang Qin directly trapped more than 1,000 Heaven Immortals and Xian Immortals with a small trap. Since there were already so many casualties, what was the harm in a little more? As long as they could take down the mysterious Heaven sect, everything would be worth it. They couldn't let Yang Qin's side go either. If 3 golden immortal masters weren't enough, then 6. Yang Qin and the others only seized the opportunity to attack by relying on the zither sound. Would the prepared golden immortal masters repeat the same mistake? As a result, the advancement of Yang Qin and the others was immediately slowed down. They could no longer move forward with irresistible force. They could only fight while moving forward. Fortunately, with the devil qi and the interference of Zhou Xianying's zither sound, especially with Gao Yu by their side, those guys' cultivation levels were forcibly suppressed by a large realm. Yang Qin and the others still had a slight advantage against the 6 golden immortal masters and could still move forward. Seeing this situation, Zhou Sheng's spirit was lifted. On Yang Qin's side, there were a total of 9 golden immortal masters, which was equivalent to 9 less golden immortals besieging Zhou Sheng. The pressure suddenly lightened. Zhou Sheng had already planned to go on a killing spree and send these annoying guys to the underworld one by one. It was the same for the Heavenly Dipper elders. Previously, almost half of the 36 Heavenly Dipper elders had been lost. They only relied on the less than 20 experts left to forcibly rely on their own cultivation to withstand the waves of attacks. This was also thanks to the fact that they had been on the sect's spiritual vein, so they could replenish their spiritual power anytime and anywhere. At the same time, they also had the healing pills given by Yang Qin, which allowed them to hold on until now. However, they were almost an arrow at the end of its flight. Chapter 2306. The master of the Zhao family had some regrets. He shouldn't have trusted Yang Lan's arrangement too much. He thought that the Xiantian sect had no more foreign aid, so he adopted a safe approach with minimal casualties. If he had increased his strength and attacked fiercely at the beginning. Although there would have been injuries, it would never have been like today when Yang Qin and a few people killed so many Zhao family children. Everything was unexpected. The formation of the Dragon Trap Formation was originally able to control the entry and exit, but who could have thought that Yang Chen would be able to go in and out of this formation? The Zhao family master admitted that he made a mistake in his desire for stability. At the same time, it was also a mistake for him not to stop the Zhao family children when they were playing cat and mouse. It was inevitable that the Zhao family had accumulated a lot of resentment after being suppressed by the major sect. They should not have made such a low-level mistake in the decisive battle. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Facing the number 1 Dao sect, they had a proud mind, which was the biggest mistake. Perhaps it was because even Zhou Sheng, the great principal golden immortal, was suppressed by the masters of the Zhao family, which gave them this wrong feeling, which led to a series of accidents later. Fortunately, it was not too late to correct it. Looking at Yang Chen's hurried appearance, he knew that the other sect must not have reacted yet. At least the spies outside had not sent any special news. As long as Yang Chen and the others could be controlled, then it would only be a small accident, the only accident. Not everyone had the ability to enter and exit the Dragon Trap Array so easily. Yang Chen's ability to do so was probably related to the several masters of the Dragon Clan. The number of people in the world who could have such a friendship with the Dragon Clan could be counted with one hand. However, the Zhao family master still couldn't think of a cultivator from a super sect who had such luck. Yang Chen and the people he brought were still fat sheep, but they were just a little harder to eat. But when he entered the Dragon Trap Array and was surrounded by so many prepared masters, there was no chance for a sneak attack, and the situation before would not happen again. The demonic qi killing intent and the sound of the zither still had an effect, but it was no longer as powerful as a sudden attack. As long as the other side dealt with Zhou Xing as soon as possible, they could free up their hands to deal with Yang Chen. It was funny to say that on the Zhao family side, they all thought that it was easier to deal with Zhou Sheng, a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, than to deal with Yang Chen. Only God knew where their confidence came from. Even Yang Chen was puzzled by this. If it were him, he would definitely have sent more experts over to wipe out Yang Chen's group before surrounding and attacking the stronger Zhou Sheng. Unexpectedly, the situation was reversed. Could it be that the Zhaos were afraid of what Yang Chen had obtained from the Immortal beheading platform? But they didn't even know what they had obtained. So what was there to be afraid of? But on the other hand, perhaps it was because they didn't know what Yang Chen had obtained that they were so afraid. In short, a strange situation formed on the battlefield. Yang Chen and his group slowly and firmly advanced towards the core of the Xiantian sect under the attack of 6 golden immortal experts and a group of Xian immortal experts. On the other side, the battle circle that besieged Zhou Sheng was getting more and more intense. The masters of the Zhao family were also very puzzled. According to reason, they had so many masters besieging Yang Chen. Only 3 of them were at the golden immortal level. The others were at the Xian immortal level. But no matter how hard they tried to attack, no matter how they worked together, all the attacks would be useless in front of Gong Sunling. After absorbing the entire mountain river geographical map of the Devil Realm, it had become a real world. Unlike the ordinary immortal cave space, the real world had a self-recovery mechanism. No matter how damaged it was inside, it would always slowly recover. Whether it was the golden immortal experts or the Xian immortal experts, all the attacks were first suppressed by a large realm before falling on the mountain river geographical map. The damage caused could not be seen from the outside at all. The more they besieged, the more shocked the experts of the Zhao family became. At the same time, they became more and more expectant. Such a strong defensive ability, needless to say, must be related to the immortal beheading platform. As long as they killed Yang Qin and his group, this powerful magic weapon would fall into the hands of the Zhao family. Just thinking about it made them excited. The battle on Zhou Sheng's side was very fierce, but to Zhou Sheng's surprise, although the number of experts besieging him had been reduced by 9, the offensive did not slow down at all. It even showed signs of becoming more and more intense. What made Zhou Sheng even more depressed was that no matter how strong his attack was, apart from injuring a few golden immortals at the beginning, all the attacks would fall on one of the magic weapons of the Dragon Clan and then be in vain. The strong defensive power made Zhou Sheng admire it, but at the same time it gave him a headache. The attack of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was actually helpless against a Peak Golden Immortal Dragon Clan expert. Both sides had such a sigh, but the battle was getting more and more intense. Zhou Sheng also consciously moved closer to Yang Chen's side, looking forward to the moment when the two sides would meet up. As long as the two sides could meet up, he would be able to get more healing pills from Yang Chen. Zhou Sheng would then be able to fight head-on and get rid of a few more opponents. At that time, the balance of victory would definitely tilt towards the mysterious Heaven sect. The Zhao family might have also discovered Zhou Sheng's intentions, so their intention to stop him was very obvious. This made Zhou Sheng even more determined to meet up with Yang Qin and the others. Yang Qin seemed to understand the situation, so he also changed his direction and rushed over. There were still about 50 kilometers between them. As long as he worked hard, Yang Chen would be able to meet up with Zhou Sheng. Zhou Sheng's heart also became more and more relaxed as he got closer. At this point, there was no need to be vigilant anymore. The situation was turning around. The moment Zhou Sheng relaxed, the experts of the Zhao family suddenly bared their fangs. The aura of the Dragon Clan expert fighting with Zhou Sheng suddenly changed from 1 to 2. Originally, there was a wood attribute Dragon Clan expert, but in an instant there was another earth attribute Dragon Clan expert. The change was so fast that Zhou Sheng didn't even think about being on guard. He shouldn't have been so relaxed during a battle, but seeing that the number of opponents had decreased and that he was about to meet up with Yang Qin, his negligence was accurately grasped by the other party. It was unknown how long the Earth attribute Dragon Clan expert had been waiting for this opportunity. The heavy blow directly landed on Zhou Sheng, who had no time to dodge or block. The last time Zhou Sheng was injured, he was entangled by an expert from the Zhao family. Then, the wood attribute Dragon Clan expert attacked him. This time, the situation was the same, but it was an Earth attribute Dragon Clan expert. However, the result was the same for Zhou Sheng. Zhou Sheng only felt as if his entire body had been hit by a world. He could no longer withstand the heavy impact, and his body flew high into the air. While he was still in the air, he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Chapter 2307. The experts of the Zhao family had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. No matter how many disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect were surrounded, played around, or even killed, Zhou Sheng did not get distracted at all. Even if hundreds of disciples lost their lives, Zhou Sheng still had a heart of stone and always insisted on his own way of fighting. It was the arrival of Yang Qin that gave Zhou Sheng hope, which caused a gap to appear in his originally flawless heart. This gap was immediately seized by the Dragon Clan expert of the Zhao family. The Zhao family master originally wanted to change to another method, but he was stopped by the Dragon Clan expert. He could only watch the disciples of the Zhao family suffer heavy casualties, and even several Golden Immortal experts were slaughtered by Yang Qin. From this point of view, Zhou Sheng was obviously not as good as the Dragon Clan expert of the Zhao family. At least, he could not be distracted in a battle of this level, while the Dragon Clan expert could still pay attention to the movements here. From a certain point of view, Zhou Sheng was inferior. Of course, it was no longer news that Zhou Sheng had a poor view of the overall situation. If he really had a perfect view of the overall situation, how could he have replaced Sect Master Li and supported Sect Master Wu to take over the position? The golden immortal experts who were besieging Zhou Sheng saw Zhou Sheng being hit hard and sent flying. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? Everyone's strongest assassin had been waiting for this final blow, and now was the best time to strike. At least 6 flying swords penetrated Zhou Sheng's body, and 3 magic treasures of different shapes bombarded Zhou Sheng's body. More than a dozen magic treasures wrapped around Zhou Sheng's body and tightly restrained him. The change was so sudden that no one expected such a thing to happen. Even if the first attack was not enough to kill Zhou Sheng, the following attacks from the Golden Immortals had completely destroyed Zhou Sheng's life. The Zhao family master finally showed a smile on his face. As long as he killed Zhou Sheng, a great principal Golden Immortal. So what if all the Xian immortal disciples who came this time died? Once Zhou Sheng died, it would be a great credit. The mysterious Heavens sect probably had no time or opportunity to send a great principal Golden Immortal to the lower realm. When the Heavenly Dipper elders saw this scene, their vision turned black and they almost fainted collectively. If Grandmaster Zhou Sheng were to die, then the profound Heaven School would probably be erased from the spiritual realm today. Even Yang Qin did not expect such a turn of events. All his previous efforts had gone up in smoke with Zhou Sheng's serious injury. If Zhou Sheng died with so many Golden Immortal experts and an expert from the dragon race, Yang Chen would have no choice but to ask Big Brother Li Cheng and Madame Bai for help. Zhou Shangran was still in the air, coughing up blood. His limbs were bound, but his heart was as clear as a mirror. In the end, his state of mind was still not perfect enough, and he revealed a flaw, allowing the enemy to seize the opportunity to strike. Strangely enough, Zhou Sheng's mind was clearer than ever, even though he knew that there was no way he could recover from his injuries, and the enemy wouldn't give him a chance to save himself. His life's experience flashed in front of his eyes like a horse lantern. Cultivation, experience, killing, ascension, and so on, everything was clear. The most clear was the process after going down from the immortal world to the spiritual realm. Perhaps this period of time was the most wonderful, comfortable, and enjoyable period of Zhou Sheng's life. Everything was so clear. He seemed to have really done something wrong. He shouldn't have made a move on Sect Master Li at the beginning. He should have let him continue to lead the profound Heaven Sect. If it was still Sect Master Li, the profound Heaven Sect would not have fallen to this state. How many disciples of the sect were innocently purged just because they didn't agree with Sect Master Wu's policy? The dignified, profound Heaven Sect had lost at least half of its strength on the surface just because of these purges. Although Sect Master Wu later took back the secret subsidiary sect to the profound Heaven Sect, it seemed that the loss of the sect's power was not too big. But Zhou Sheng knew better than anyone that a loss was a loss, and he couldn't cover it up. He made the second mistake in the demon realm. He shouldn't have been so headstrong and arrogant. He could have secretly investigated the whereabouts and purpose of the Zhao family, but because of his arrogance, he exposed his whereabouts, allowing the Zhao family to have sufficient preparation, and even led to the death of several Golden Immortal experts of the other sect. The profound Heaven Sect was isolated by the major sect, and in the end, Zhou Sheng had a share of the credit. The third mistake was to kill the sect master of the Black Tortoise Academy and so many people who made a move during the sect's meeting without warning. In this matter, Zhou Sheng didn't feel that there was anything wrong with making a move. It was just that his mistake was to inform the other Golden Immortal experts before making a move. To be honest, informing them wouldn't let those guys escape, nor would it affect the outcome later. However, Zhou Sheng didn't do that. In his heart, he was high and mighty. Why would he need to explain his motives to anyone? It was this mistake that caused him to fall into the current predicament. If he had gotten the forgiveness of his companions at that time, why would the profound Heaven Sect be so isolated and no one came to rescue them at this time? As he flipped in the air, Zhou Sheng's remaining divine sense probed Yang Chen's side. This Yang Chen was really good, whether it was a person or alchemy. It was a pity that he was blinded by greed and wanted to make a move on him. If he hadn't gone to Chunyang Palace, then when Lin Zongxuan was injured, he might have been easily treated by Yang Qin, and maybe Lin Zongxuan wouldn't have died. If Lin Zongxuan hadn't died, the profound heaven sect would not have fallen to this point. If Lin Zongxuan hadn't died, the profound heaven sect might not have become enemies with the Black Tortoise Academy at that time, and the sect master of the Black Tortoise Academy might not have made a move on him during the meeting. Now that he thought about it, that guy clearly used his life to lure him to make a move. He thought about it thoroughly, but it was already a little too late to remember it at this point. Although Yang Chen's 7th revolution, Lingji mushroom jade pill, was useful, it was only used on relatively ordinary injuries. Moreover, Zhou Xing only had one pill left, which was in his mouth. After being attacked by the Earth Attribute Dragon Race expert, he had swallowed it in time, but there were too few pills after all. In addition, the effect of the 7th revolution pill was not strong enough. He could only catch his breath, but he couldn't turn the situation around. The attacks of the Golden Immortals made his situation even worse. Even with stronger pills, he couldn't recover. Once Zhou Sheng died, the Profound Heaven sect would follow closely behind. Even Yang Qin and his dragon friends who came to rescue would not be spared. The Golden Immortal expert would not be able to escape this calamity. Chapter 2308. In a flash, Zhou Sheng had already thought a lot. In essence, Zhou Sheng was an absolutely loyal disciple of Profound Heaven sect. Otherwise, Profound Heaven sect would not have sent him to the lower realm. Now that Profound Heaven sect would be destroyed as long as he died, Zhou Sheng did not want to see such a scene happen. Just before the second round of attack of the Zhao clan was launched, Zhou Sheng had already made a decision. Even if he died, he would drag a few people down with him. The 7th revolution, Lingji mushroom jade pill, given by Yang Qin, gave Zhou Sheng a chance to catch his breath and also gave him the ability to make the final blow. He was seriously injured and could not even muster the slightest spiritual power, but it did not prevent him from self-destructing. The self-destruction of a perfected Golden Immortal was no less than a nuclear bomb in the spiritual world, especially before Zhou Sheng came to the lower realm. He had been instilled with some special things by the experts of the immortal world. Once he died and self-destructed, the power would be 10 times stronger than usual. No matter how powerful the expert of the Zhao clan was, they could hurt Zhou Sheng, seriously injure him, or even kill him. But they could not stop Zhou Sheng from self-destructing. Seeing that Zhou Sheng's action was abnormal, the Dragon Clan expert of the Zhao clan immediately realized the danger. Without thinking, he took out his protective magic treasure that could withstand countless attacks from Zhou Sheng to block in front of him. At the same time, he did not forget to remind his golden immortal companions, "Be careful, he will self-destruct." The words of the wood dragon expert also woke up the other golden immortal experts who were in the dream of killing a perfected golden immortal. Every golden immortal expert was an outstanding expert. So, after hearing the warning, none of them dared to be negligent. Immediately, they summoned out their defensive magic treasures and flew backward. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Sheng's body exploded. Boom! A loud noise sounded, as if all the explosives in the entire spiritual world had detonated. Wherever the sound reached, no matter what level the cultivator was at, their ears were all rumbling and they could no longer hear anything. The invisible shock wave began to spread rapidly in all directions with Zhou Sheng as the center. The shock wave was like the most ferocious sea wave, directly destroying everything in its path. Whether it was cultivators, magic treasures, stones, or trees, everything was turned into powder under the power of the shock wave. At the place where Zhou Sheng self-destructed, a mushroom cloud of blood rose up. The 3 golden immortals who were closest to the explosion were obviously slower in dodging. Before they could react, their bodies were torn into pieces. Before the pieces could even fall to the ground, they were turned into powder by the explosion. The wood dragon race expert of the Zhao family dodged quickly. His figure flashed and disappeared. The Earth Dragon experts disappeared after a single strike. Although the explosion was powerful, it had almost no effect on them. On the other hand, those gold immortals who had dodged quickly had relied on the powerful defensive magical treasures they had refined over the years, and the fact that they had left at a high speed to fly away from the explosion to offset part of the force. That was how they managed to avoid being blown to smithereens. However, that was all there was to it. They could avoid death, but they could not escape punishment. Their protective magic treasures could only last for a while longer, allowing them to escape from the area of certain death. However, their bodies were still inevitably seriously injured. Blood sprayed out like it was free, and healing pills were like snacks at this moment. They kept stuffing them into their mouths, just to survive the explosion of a great overarching golden immortal. Those profound immortals and celestial immortals of the Zhao family and the profound heaven sect, who were within the range of the shockwave, had no chance to escape or resist. They were directly turned into nothingness by the shockwave of the explosion. Even Yang Qin and the others were within the range of the explosion. However, they were still 100 miles away, enough for Yang Qin and the others to react. The way to resist the explosion was actually very simple. They just needed to easily enter the mountain river geographical map. No matter how powerful the explosion of a great overarching golden immortal was, it was not strong enough to destroy a world. Even Gong Sunling secretly put all the people within a radius of tens of miles into the mountain river geographical map while everyone was panicking. Gong Sunling was now at the level of peak profound immortal, so it was effortless for her to directly collect these profound immortal experts. It happened so suddenly that the two golden immortal experts who had previously besieged Yang Qin and the others did not make the right reaction under the panic and took the initiative to plunge into the mountain river geographical map. After entering the mountain river geographical map, it was basically out of their control. Lin Zhengyuan and Yang Qin were able to fight them one-on-one. Coupled with the suppression of Gong Sunling in the mountain river geographical map and the deterrence of several Dragon Clan experts on the side, the two guys were easily dealt with by Yang Qin and Lin Zhengyuan. After all, they were golden immortals who had passed the tribulation. They were many times stronger than those profound immortals in the spiritual world. After their deaths, they turned into two golden immortal level spiritual veins. The range of the explosion expanded to at least 1,000 miles before it stopped and weakened to the power that ordinary profound immortals and celestial immortals could withstand. Even so, more than half of the profound immortal experts outside the range of the explosion vomited blood. As for the celestial immortal experts, they were directly knocked to the ground and fell unconscious. The disciples of the Zhao family were not spared. Those disciples of the mysterious heaven sect who were lucky enough to survive the attack of the Zhao family were also killed by their own ancestral master without distinguishing between friend and foe. The other place that was still intact was the core of the mysterious heaven sect. The Heavenly Dipper elders protected that area with all their might. In time, they noticed the changes on ancestral master Zhou Sheng's side and activated the only remaining small protective array. After all, the distance was far enough, and the protective array was directly rooted in the core spirit vein of the mysterious heaven sect. Finally, this last area was protected from being completely destroyed by the ancestral master's self-destruction. Zhou Sheng's self-destruction directly wiped out thousands of profound immortals and celestial immortals from the Zhao family. In addition, it also killed 3 golden immortals. The remaining 18 golden immortals were all injured and temporarily lost the ability to fight. It could be said that the Zhao family suffered heavy casualties during the siege of the mysterious heaven sect this time. However, they achieved the greatest result of the battle. They killed Zhou Sheng, the strongest Zenith Heaven golden immortal of the mysterious heaven sect. Without a super expert to hold the fort, the destruction of the mysterious heaven sect could already be expected. Seeing that the Zhao family seemed to have no strength to resist after Zhou Sheng's final blow, the disciples of the mysterious heaven sect, who had been hiding in the core of the mysterious Heaven sect, finally saw an opportunity. Sect Master Wu was indeed worthy of being Sect Master Wu. No matter how cruel the internal struggle was, his strategic vision was still there. If he did not seize the opportunity to fight back at this time, he would not be the sect master of the mysterious Heaven sect. Kill! Sect Master Wu waved his hand in high spirits. Leave them all here. As he gave the order, Sect Master Wu began to imagine the scene of the other sect in the spiritual realm when they found out that the mysterious Heaven sect had single-handedly destroyed so many experts of the Zhao family. Chapter 2309. Although the Black Heaven sect had lost their great, firmament golden immortal grandmaster Zhou Shang, they had left behind more than 20 golden immortals and 2 dragon clan experts. They had eliminated nearly 10,000 profound immortals and heaven immortals. It could be said that after this battle, the Zhao clan would definitely not be able to recover. This was the merit of the mysterious Heaven sect. Although it was exchanged with the lives of Zhou Shang and thousands of profound immortal and heaven immortal disciples, it was a real merit of the mysterious Heaven sect after all. After today, which sect would dare to disrespect the mysterious Heaven sect in the future? And which sect would dare to say that Zhou Sheng slaughtered the innocent? If it wasn't for Zhou Sheng, would the spiritual world be able to enjoy such a peaceful and strong life? The only thing to worry about was that without Zhou Sheng, those super sect would have their golden immortal ancestors to rely on and do something that would harm the interests of the mysterious Heaven sect. However, this was a small matter. As long as the mysterious Heaven sect in the immortal world was still there, no sect would dare to take such a big risk to do such a thing, unless they would never ascend again. Besides that, they had to bear the reputation of being ungrateful and biting the hand that fed them. Even if the ancestors of the immortal world didn't make a move, just the spittle of the spiritual world would be enough to make those super sects retreat. With this merit and the evidence of the Black Tortoise Academy relying on the Zhao family, Sect Master Wu would be the #1 person in the spiritual world. No one would have higher prestige than him, and no one would be more respected than him. Sect Master Li was highly respected. Could he be more respected than Sect Master Wu? More respected than Sect Master Wu? Sect Master Wu, who was fantasizing about all these wonderful scenes, did not notice the mocking smile on the face of the Zhao family master thousands of miles away. Zhou Sheng's self-explosion also did not hurt the Zhao family master. As a master, there were inevitably experts to protect him. Moreover, they were at the eye of the dragon trap array, which had an extremely strong defensive function. The self-explosion of a great, firmament golden immortal was indeed powerful. Even the powerful dragon trap array, which even the golden immortal level dragon puppet could not do anything about, could not survive Zhou Sheng's self-explosion. However, the dragon trapping formation absorbed most of the power of the explosion in this direction, so the Zhao family patriarch and the others did not suffer any damage. There were at least 100 Xian immortal experts on the manager's side. They were just waiting for the manager's order to attack and completely annihilate those guys who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to show off their strength. Did he really think that the Zhao family only had such a small amount of resources? Most of the top experts of the profound Heaven sect had already been killed. The remaining rotten fish and shrimps were not even strong enough to protect themselves, yet they wanted to come out and take advantage of the situation. It was a pity that they couldn't capture Yang Qin alive. Otherwise, the Zhao family would have one more super strong 7th grade pill refinement master, and those golden immortal experts' injuries would definitely heal in the shortest time possible. It wasn't that the Zhao family patriarch didn't think that Yang Qin and the others might be lucky, but they were so close before, less than 100 miles away. Moreover, after Zhou Sheng's self-explosion, they didn't even take any protective action, let alone any signs of escaping. Even the Zhao family's golden immortal experts died inside before they could escape. How could Yang Qin survive that kind of self-explosion? The dragon trapping formation had been broken, and the movement here would definitely spread out soon. It couldn't stop the other sect's experts from rushing to help. The Zhao family had suffered such a big loss this time, it was time to retreat. But before retreating, the Zhao family patriarch didn't mind getting rid of Sect Master Wu, this clown. Did he really think that the remaining experts of the profound heaven sect could overturn the heavens? Sect Master Wu, who was immensely proud of himself, was completely unaware of the impending danger. His attention was already focused on how many Zhao clan survivors were killed by the experts he sent to clean up the battlefield. He was waiting to enjoy the moment of glory. The Heavenly Dipper elders also relaxed a little, looking at the Zhao family's movements. They were obviously planning to retreat. The Zhao family's experts, who had originally surrounded this place, were retreating in an orderly manner. This made them relax for the first time after a few months of continuous tension. Sometimes things were like this. When you were nervous, you would focus so you wouldn't make some small mistakes. But when you were relaxed, you would ignore some things that shouldn't be ignored. For example, there were a few more flatterers around Sect Master Wu. These few profound immortal experts were all people who relied on Sect Master Wu in the later stages. They were highly regarded by Sect Master Wu and became his confidants, although their real combat power might not be as strong as cultivators of the same realm as them. It was undeniable that these guys were really good at flattering. Moreover, they could be said to be loyal and devoted to Sect Master Wu. Most of the time, these people were around Sect Master Wu. They weren't of much use, but they could make Sect Master Wu feel comfortable. At this time, if there weren't a few more words of praise, it would seem abnormal. Just when the disciples of the profound heaven sect thought. So when everyone thought that this was normal, something abnormal happened. The three profound immortal experts, who usually had no real ability other than flattering, directly attacked Sect Master Wu, who was very close to them. Before Sect Master Wu took the position, he was only at the Earth immortal level. He relied on the 1,000-year pill to forcibly advance to the heaven immortal realm. Later, he had been managing the sect, so he didn't have enough time to improve his state of mind and adjust the gap between his cultivation and state of mind. Until now, Sect Master Wu was just a high-level heaven immortal, at most a peak heaven immortal cultivator. No matter how unbearable the few flatters were, they were still in the profound immortal realm. Three profound immortal experts plotted against an unguarded peak heaven immortal, and it was almost a hit. Sect Master Wu didn't even have a chance to speak before his head was separated from his body. Sect Master Wu probably never thought that one day the people who would take his life were not his enemies, nor were they disciples of Sect Master Li's faction. Instead, it was these guys that he had personally recruited and entrusted with heavy responsibilities. Those unruly disciples that Sect Master Wu suspected would not obey him did not betray him. Those neutral disciples did not betray him. But it was these guys that he trusted the most who betrayed the profound heaven sect and became the Zhao family's lackeys. The sudden change stunned the higher-ups of the profound heaven sect, but this was not the end. There were a few more people who made a move at the same time. Their targets were the few core higher-ups of the profound heaven sect, including the current Foreign Affairs Hall Master, the Law Enforcement Hall Master, and several other core higher-ups were all trusted subordinates of Sect Master Wu when he was in charge of the Taishaman in the mortal world. They had a few common characteristics. In addition to their loyalty to Sect Master Wu, their cultivation was generally not high enough. Even if Sect Master Wu had enough resources after taking the position and had the 1,000-year pill and 100-year pill for them to use, they were only at the heaven immortal level. None of them could escape the sneak attack of the profound immortal experts. Chapter 2310. The eyes of the Heavenly Dipper elders almost popped out. Who would have thought that after fighting outside for so long, there would be trouble in sight at this time? By the time they wanted to rescue them, it was already too late. Not only that, a few guys who suddenly attacked even made a move on them. If it was a real fight, the Heavenly Dipper experts were not afraid of anyone. These guys also understood this. fighting with the Heavenly Dipper experts. Even if they had been tired for a few months and were almost at the end of their strength, they might not be a match. But since the plan was thorough, there were many ways to deal with this situation. After those guys succeeded in their attack, they immediately threw several powerful, self-exploding magic treasures towards the Heavenly Dipper elders. Dozens of powerful magic treasures that had been refined by Golden Immortal experts exploded in front of them at the same time. The remaining less than 20 Heavenly Dipper elders suffered heavy casualties. They didn't die under the siege of the profound Heaven Sect experts for a few months, but under the betrayal of their own disciples, they died with hatred. Only 2 or 3 of them were still alive, and one of them was elderly, the great elder of the Big Dipper constellation. However, even though they were still alive, everyone knew that there was no hope for them in their current situation. It was only the final radiance of the setting sun. The injuries were too heavy. The few Heavenly Dipper elders who were still alive didn't even have the ability to self-destruct. They could only look at the traitors with a triumphant smile, planning to destroy everything in the profound Heaven Sect. Traitors deserve to die. After the great elder struggled to say a few words, he lowered his head powerlessly. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to sit and raise his head. Everything seemed to have fallen into despair. The profound Heaven Sect has been awe-inspiring for so long, it should have died long ago. One of the traitors simply ignored the words of the great elder and sneered. Now you still want to put on the airs of the great elder. Who are you trying to fool? The remaining experts of the profound Heaven Sect who could make a move had been sent out by Sect Master Wu to clean up the battlefield. There were only a few Heaven Immortal experts left here. In front of these profound Immortal elders, they didn't even have the chance to resist. In this situation, they still wanted to kill them. The great elder and the others were thinking too beautifully. A person must recognize the situation. Otherwise, it is not knowing the current situation. The guy who took the lead laughed arrogantly and slowly walked forward, intending to end the lives of the Heavenly Dipper elders. Traitors deserve to die. An incomparably clear voice suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone's vision blurred for a moment, and then dozens of figures appeared in front of them. All of them were Xian Immortal experts. All of them wore the same clothes, and even their actions and expressions seemed to be exactly the same. They immediately surrounded the few traitors, and then they didn't say anything else and directly attacked. Big Dipper formation. A traitor who knew his stuff cried out in shock when he saw the tens of Xian Immortal experts formation. Other than the Big Dipper elders, there were actually disciples of the mysterious Heaven Sect who knew the Big Dipper formation. However, he only had the time to utter a single word before he lost the chance to do so. The cultivations of these mysterious Immortal Realm experts were higher than them. Their teamwork was more proficient, and their combat strengths were even more formidable than them. Moreover, for the sake of killing the Tianjing elders, they'd already used up all the powerful magic treasures they possessed. Now that they were surrounded by the Tianjing formation, there was only a single outcome left. In less than half a cup of tea's time, these surrounded traitors were all beheaded. When the last traitor's head was chopped off, his eyes were still wide open, as if he couldn't believe all of this and died with everlasting regret. The great elderly, held on to his last breath to watch all of this. The death of the traitors seemed to have given him a lot more strength. Not only did he straighten his chest, but he also had a smile on his face, and his complexion was much rosier. However, everyone understood that this was the final radiance of the great elder before his death. Looking at the appearance of these experts, the great elder smiled and encouraged them. "Well done!" Just as he said this, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and his face revealed a shocked expression as he shouted, "Not good! Sect Master Li!" Those Xian Immortal experts who rushed over were stunned for a moment, and then immediately came to their senses. They didn't care much and hurriedly flew in the direction where they came from. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them to think of this at this time. In the eyes of the Zhao family, the threat of Sect Master Li was far greater than that of Sect Master Wu, who was eager for quick success. So the focus of the killing was also Sect Master Li, who was said to be in seclusion but was actually under house arrest. However, it was not an easy task to kill Sect Master Li. In addition to the Heavenly Dipper elders who were always looking after him, there was also a group of hidden experts who were secretly guarding him. These hidden experts were the 36 Xian Immortals who had just appeared. They were actually the personal disciples of the current Heavenly Dipper elders, the next generation of Heavenly Dipper elders. If there were no accidents, the current Heavenly Dipper elders could ascend after protecting Sect Master Wu, and the next generation of Heavenly Dipper elders would take over. With the secret protection of these new Heavenly Dipper elders, Sect Master Li would be safe even when he was under house arrest. However, it was unknown how the Zhao family found out about this secret. After getting rid of Zhou Sheng, the next target was Sect Master Li. Killing Sect Master Wu and the current core high level was only the superficial purpose. The real goal was still Sect Master Li. The Zhao family knew very well that Sect Master Wu could not set off any big waves. But if Sect Master Li was allowed to come out again, I am afraid that the Zhao family would have to face the profound Heaven sect that had already become a mourning army, which was not in line with the interests of the Zhao family. However, in the core of the profound Heaven sect, it was almost impossible for the hidden chess pieces of the Zhao family to kill Sect Master Li, who was under the protection of the new Heavenly Dipper elders. Therefore, the only way was to transfer these new Heavenly Dipper elders away. Killing Sect Master Wu was his goal. Of course, killing Sect Master Wu would only bring him benefits and no harm. Cutting grass to beat a rabbit was just a convenient way to do it. The key was that the Great Elder and the new Heavenly Dipper elders were fooled. In order to kill those insignificant traitors, they left Sect Master Li. When the Great Elder realized that something was wrong and reminded the new Heavenly Dipper elders to return to Sect Master Li, Sect Master Li was already dying. This was the result of their quick reaction and timely return. Otherwise, I am afraid that they would only be able to see Sect Master Li's head separated from his body. The assassin who made the move did not escape and was directly dismembered by the angry new Heavenly Dipper elders. However, this could not change the fact that Sect Master Li had been seriously injured by a profound immortal expert and was about to die. The Great Elder was also injured by this sudden change and directly breathed his last. When he died, he also died with his eyes open. Medicinal pills. Are there any healing medicinal pills? A new Heavenly Dipper expert had already shouted in panic. Is there any medicinal pills for Master Yang? However, the newly refined 7th grade medicinal pills by Yang Qin were only given to Zhou Sheng, and there was not even one in the hands of the other disciples of the profound Heaven sect. Master Yang is fine. Master Yang has already rushed over. Just when everyone was in a mess like ants on a hot pan, someone suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted in surprise. Chapter 23:11. The cultivators of the mysterious Heaven sect who saw this scene were really surprised. There was nothing happier than a sect with countless injured soldiers suddenly seeing an alchemy grandmaster like Yang Qin, especially when this alchemy grandmaster was best at refining healing and life-prolonging pills. In the past, there was a rift between the Chunyang Palace and the mysterious Heaven sect. Those who could help the mysterious Heaven sect in this situation today were the best friends of the mysterious Heaven sect. Even if there was a big hatred in the past, it had been put down at this moment. No one was blind. The arrival of Yang Qin had caused the Zhao family to suffer heavy losses. It could almost be said that the overall situation of the Zhao family being suppressed was eased because of the arrival of Yang Qin, resulting in a slight upper hand in the current stalemate. Who contributed the most? Grandmaster Yang. How did Grandmaster Yang survive the self-explosion of a great principal golden immortal? No one would care about this. The higher-ups knew that Yang Qin had obtained the inheritance of the immortal beheading platform, so it was natural for him to have this kind of protective ability. The most important thing now was to let Grand Master Yang quickly treat the dying sect masterly. Along the way, most of the Zhao family cultivators had been killed by Zhou Sheng's self-explosion. The few cultivators who were still alive quickly fled to a safe place. Otherwise, they would be killed by the experts of the mysterious Heaven sect who came out to clean up the battlefield. Therefore, when Yang Chen arrived at the core of the mysterious Heaven sect, he was not stopped. Yang Chen appeared at the right time and was unanimously welcomed by the mysterious Heaven sect. Yang Chen was also very tactful. He quickly rushed over and saw a familiar cultivator that he had met before. He immediately threw a few jade bottles over. 7th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill. Broken limb regeneration pill. Hurry up and save people. While throwing the pills, Yang Chen did not forget to tell him what was inside and told him to hurry up and save people. The other party didn't dare to neglect. He immediately rushed to the place with the most injured people as if he was holding a rare treasure. On the other side, 2 of the new elder Tiangang hurried to Yang Chen's side and quickly asked him to come to Sect Master Li for treatment. Sect leader Li's injuries were very serious. He was attacked by 2 Xian Immortal experts. His entire internal organs were turned into minced meat. The bones below his waist were all broken, and most of his spine was broken into pieces. Fortunately, he still had a little consciousness and was not completely unconscious. Grand Master Yang quickly treat him. The old Heavenly Dipper elders were all dead, and now the new generation of Heavenly Dipper elders automatically became Heavenly Dipper elders, responsible for protecting the sect master. At this moment, they were all gathered around Sect Master Li, anxious and helpless. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen didn't say anything. He directly took out several 7th grade Lingji mushroom jade pills and stuffed them into Sect Master Li's mouth. Then he squatted down and examined it carefully. The Big Dipper elders looked at Yang Chen's actions anxiously. At this moment, Yang Chen was their last hope. The moment Elder Li saw Yang Chen, a gratified smile suddenly appeared on his face. It's just that everyone thought that seeing Yang Chen would allow him to get a life-saving pill to survive, and didn't think of anything else. These new Heavenly Dipper elders didn't know the relationship between Yang Chen and Sect Master Li. They just thought that it was a simple doctor-patient relationship and didn't think too much about it. Their hopes were all on Yang Chen at the moment. Yang Chen checked very carefully, and his spiritual awareness almost explored the whole body of Sect Master Li. If it was in normal times, this would be very rude and provocative, but at this moment no one cared so much. Seeing that Yang Chen's eyebrows were getting tighter and tighter, the surrounding Heavenly Dipper elders were nervous. Finally, Yang Chen stood up, shook his head at Sect Master Li, who was still conscious, and said with regret, "Sect Master Li, the injury is too serious, and the vitality of the internal organs is completely destroyed. No matter how strong the pill is, it will be useless to save you." Saying this, Yang Chen didn't feel particularly sad, but suggested, "Don't waste the pill. Just be reborn directly." Yang Chen gave a lot of dwelling spirit jade to the mysterious Heaven sect, and almost all the important people left behind their life source primordial spirit. Sect Master Li, as the sect master, would definitely not miss it. He must have also left behind his life source primordial spirit. As long as they had this as a guarantee, death was not something that was hard to accept. This was a very normal suggestion, and under normal circumstances, Sect Master Li would not refuse it. But as soon as Yang Chen said this, he directly saw the bitter smile on everyone's face, and at the same time he also saw the helpless expression of Sect Master Li. What happened? Yang Chen was puzzled. Could it be that it was not the right time for them to be reborn? A Big Dipper elder replied with a bitter smile, "Master, the secret cave where the mysterious Heaven sect kept the life source primordial spirit jade has been captured by the Zhao family, and all the dwelling spirit jade inside has been destroyed." For cultivators, the dwelling spirit jade was definitely a super killing weapon. How could the Zhao family not attach importance to a good thing that could make all cultivators fearless of death? This time, the Zhao family besieged the mysterious heaven sect. Zhou Sheng was one, Sect Masterly was another, and the other was the secret cave where the dwelling spirit jade was stored. If the secret cave where the dwelling spirit jade was stored had been captured, it meant that the three most important strategic goals of the Zhao family had been completely achieved. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they had won a complete victory. As for the sacrifices that the Zhao family had made compared to these three goals, it was completely negligible. Since it was war, how could there not be sacrifices? With this limited sacrifice in exchange for the destruction of the entire mysterious heaven sect, the Zhao family had gained a great advantage. Why is such an important place not in the core of the sect? Yang Chen almost jumped up. The anxiety on his face was not faked at all, and his tone was almost questioning. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Our mysterious heaven sect has always been like this, but we didn't expect the Zhao family to find out where we were and take advantage of the situation. Another Big Dipper elder said helplessly, the Zhao family was well prepared this time. Not a single core disciple of the mysterious heaven sect escaped. From a safety point of view, the mysterious heaven sect's arrangement was not excessive. Otherwise, once the core of the sect was breached, all the disciples would never have a chance to make a comeback. Storing them separately was the safest way, and there was nothing wrong with it. The only thing wrong was that the entire place would be taken by someone else, and then even their last hope would not be left. It could be said that they had caught everyone in one fell swoop. Yang Chen, help me extend my life for 2 days. The dozen or so Lingji mushroom jade pills seemed to have some effect. Sect Masterly became a little more spirited and spoke intermittently. Both of his lungs had become minced meat, and even breathing had become an extravagant hope. Yang Chen looked at Sect Master Li with a complicated gaze, but Sect Master Li's eyes showed a trace of pleading. Finally, Yang Chen nodded and took out a Yun Marrow pill, a Millennium pill, and a broken limb regeneration pill from his body and stuffed them into the body of Sect Master Li. Sect Master Li's body was placed in a bathtub by Yang Chen. Inside the bathtub, it was a mixture of 10th water spiritual solution and 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. Chapter 23:12. The reason why it was stuffed was that the internal organs of Sect Master Li had already become rotten meat and there was no vitality. Swallowing it could only reach the throat. The previous dozens of Lingji mushroom jade pills turned into a group of medicinal liquid in the throat, barely repairing the flesh around the neck, but it didn't help. The vitality of the whole body was gone. After a while, there was only some vitality left above the neck. The 9 revolutions golden pill was taken, but it was useless. This situation was not as good as the dragon puppet at the time. At least the dragon puppet's flesh body was good, but there was no vitality. This one had been completely broken and could not be saved. Only Yang Chen used a few medicinal pills to form a medicinal pill array in a mysterious way, absorbing the spiritual power from the 10th water spiritual solution, barely maintaining the vitality of Elder Li's head. In the words of Sect Master Li, it was to help him extend his life for a few days so that he could arrange more things after his death. No matter how many medicinal pills Yang Chen took out, it would not surprise everyone. But when Yang Chen took out half a bathtub of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid and then mixed it with the 10th water spiritual solution, even if the Heavenly Gang elders were knowledgeable in the profound heaven sect, they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air at this moment. The Zhao family may know that they have achieved their predetermined strategic goals and didn't want to fight anymore. Seeing that Yang Chen and his party were safe and sound, they also had the idea of retreating. There was no need to bury all the elites here. It was enough to kill Zhou Sheng and the 2 sect masters of the profound heaven sect and destroy the location of the dwelling god Jade. In particular, the dragon trap array had been violently destroyed by Zhou Sheng's self-detonation, and the news could not be blocked. If they were surrounded by the major sect, it was estimated that none of the cultivators present could escape. The top masters of their own family were also suffering heavy casualties, and there were only a few left who could fight. But Yang Chen was still full of energy, and it was not worth the loss to fight. Yang Chen could come here. He would definitely arrange for his own people to persuade the masters of other sect to come and help. The Zhao family master was also a decisive master. After considering these factors, he directly ordered a retreat. Within half an hour, the children of the Zhao family, including the living and the dead, left clean. Only now was the profound heaven gate truly safe. When the Xian Immortal experts who were cleaning up the battlefield returned to tell everyone the news, all the profound heaven sect disciples heaved a sigh of relief. After being besieged for the past few months, the Black Heaven sect's disciples were like trapped beasts. Those human immortal and earth immortal disciples, who used to strut around outside, now realized that when the sect's survival was at stake, their cultivation level was actually of no help to the sect. This feeling could no longer be described as a simple blow. It could even be said to be discouraged. Not only did the Zhao clan kill Zhou Sheng and the two sect masters, they even killed all the core members of Sect Master Wu's faction. When Sect Master Li was still in power, the higher-ups were killed by Zhou Sheng and Lin Zongxuan a long time ago. At this point, it could be said that the entire upper echelons of the mysterious Heaven sect had been wiped out. Only Sect Master Li, who only had a few days to live, was left. After the Taishaman in the mortal world was Sect Leader Li, who had already died in the mortal world. Those who could be in charge had either died or fled in the previous purge by Sect Master Wu. None of them were left. Even the original Heavenly Dipper elders had died. With Sect Master Li's understanding of the sect, it was likely that there would not be many outstanding disciples in the sect who could lead the mysterious Heaven sect to glory again in a short period of time. Sect Master Li asked Yang Qin to fight for a few days of life in order to think of a way for the spiritual realm's mysterious Heaven sect to continue its glory. However, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not find a stable path. It was impossible to count on the new generation of Heavenly Dipper elders that Elder Li and the others had secretly cultivated, not to mention that they were just thugs who did not know how to deal with the affairs of the sect. Just the sect rules stated that the Heavenly Dipper elders were only responsible for the safety of the sect master and could not interfere in the affairs of the sect. There were a few ordinary elders who had some ability, but they were only limited to managing a small hall. Once the number and scale of the number of people increased, it would be a completely different matter. Even if these elders could take charge, they were just small backbones at the bottom. Once they were allowed to take charge of the mysterious Heaven sect, it would take a few years for them to be eaten up by the major sect, like wolves and tigers. Today, Sect Master Li sadly discovered that the mysterious Heaven sect was really finished. Even if the Zhao family didn't do anything, the mysterious Heaven sect would naturally develop, but it would be difficult for it to escape destruction. He could only lie motionless in the bathtub, and there was not even a person around to discuss with. Compared to the time when Sect Master Li was still in power, the mysterious Heaven sect was practically at the end of the road. It stood to reason that all of this was caused by the two ancestors, Zhou Shenglin and Zongsun and Sect Master Wu. It had little to do with Sect Master Li. However, as the sect master of the mysterious Heaven sect, how could he bear to see the mysterious Heaven sect fall to such a state? Could it be that everything was really irreversible? Perhaps he could find some talented people from other affiliated sect to lead the sect? As soon as he thought of this idea, Sect Master Li directly denied it. In order to make up for the loss of strength caused by his own purging of the disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect, Sect Master Wu had merged most of the affiliated sect into the mysterious Heaven sect. Moreover, managing a small sect and managing a sect like the mysterious Heaven sect were not at the same level at all. Sect Master Li's gaze finally stopped on Yang Qin. This personal disciple of his was still loyal to the mysterious Heaven sect, and his means were excellent. Although he was not the palace master of the Chunying Palace, his words were almost the words of the palace master, and the palace master of the Chunying Palace listened to him. The Chunying Palace in the mortal world had become more and more like a super sect. Now the Chunying Palace in the spiritual world was also the leader of the first-class sect, and it was only one step away from the super sect. If Yang Chen's inheritance from the Immortal beheading platform was counted, he would not be at a disadvantage compared with those super sect in terms of top-level force. He was definitely the best candidate to let the sect pass on for a long time. Sect Master Li was a talented and bold person. If it weren't for Zhou Sheng and Lin Zongxuan, he could have brought the mysterious heaven sect to a more glorious height. Therefore, when he considered the problem, he was more forward-looking and big picture than Sect Master Wu. He even considered many follow-up developments. He had already considered the integration of the mysterious heaven sect and the Chunying Palace as one. If the mysterious heaven sect was handed over to Yang Qin, it would inevitably expose the relationship between Yang Qin and the mysterious heaven sect, and the Chunying Palace would be suppressed, which would be detrimental to the future development of the Chunying Palace. It was the most appropriate to hand it over to Yang Qin. But Sect Master Li also had to choose the safest way to let the mysterious heaven sect and the Chunying Palace develop in the long term. After lying in the bathtub for 2 days, Sect Master Li finally made a method that he thought was good for the sect, the predecessors, and Yang Qin. At this time, the people of the major sect that Yang Qin had sent people to inform also arrived at the mysterious heaven sect. Chapter 23:13. Long before Yang Qin sent someone to inform these sects, the few golden immortal masters who were present at the time had already vaguely realized that something was wrong. Although Zhou Sheng was arrogant and despotic, everyone fought side by side when they fought against the Zhao family in the demon realm. Although he was a bastard, he was not a bastard to the point of being the enemy of the world with his own strength. The Xiantian sect had no reason to turn against all the sects at this important moment before the decisive battle with the Zhao family. The situation at that time was a bit chaotic, so in order to be safe, everyone first brought the sect masters of their respective sects to a safe place. After they were safe, they thought about it again. There were indeed some very abnormal things inside. Although Yang Lan's great Free Demon Heart Sutra had evolved again, there were still some clues after all. When the Golden Immortal Masters recalled it carefully, some of the situations at that time were really abnormal. However, they couldn't tell what was wrong, so they could only return to their respective sects first. Zhou Sheng was still the same. He turned a blind eye to those cultivators with low cultivation bases. He didn't even warn them before he made a move. He only had himself to blame. The Xiantian sect should also be taught a lesson. At this time, not taking the initiative to hit the Xiantian sect while they were down was already worthy of the friendship of fighting side by side with everyone. Don't think about asking them to come forward to clarify certain things, and let the Xiantian sect take the position of the leader of the Dao sections. During this period of time, there had been many small and medium-sized sects in contact with each other, intending to take revenge on the Xiantian sect for killing the senior members of their sect. The major sects also pretended not to see it. The trouble caused by the Xiantian sects, Zhou Sheng, would be solved by the Xiantian sect itself. After 2 months of idleness, suddenly Master Yang Chen of the Chunying Palace sent someone to warn them that the Zhao family might launch a war against the Xiantian sect and asked the major sects to send people to help immediately. At this time, when the senior members thought about it carefully, they immediately understood the cause and effect of this matter. The Zhao family had used some unknown method to control those people to plot against Zhou Sheng. The arrogant Zhou Sheng would definitely take the initiative to attack without informing anyone. Naturally, he would become the public enemy of the world. Then, the Zhao family would choose to annihilate the mysterious heaven sect. On one hand, the other major sects wouldn't be able to react in time, and on the other hand, they might not take the initiative to attack because of the previous discord. This would buy a lot of time for the Zhao family. It was indeed a good plan. After receiving Yang Chen's warning, the sect leaders understood everything and became anxious. If the profound heaven sect was really isolated and defeated one by one, the situation in the spiritual realm would probably completely collapse. With the morale of the spirit realm's cultivators plummeting, the day when the Zhao family would take over the spirit realm was just around the corner. Therefore, no one dared to be negligent and immediately sent out their elite experts to help. Unfortunately, it was too late for Yang Chen to send someone to warn them and for the sect members to rush over. In the end, they managed to make it to the territory of the Black Heaven sect. The first thing they saw was a scene of devastation. The traces of battle covered an area with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There was no need to look at the enemies. Just by looking at the traces of battle, one could tell how fierce and terrifying the battle had been. After seeing the disciples of the Black Heaven sect, the experts of the major sect who rushed over to help heaved a sigh of relief. The Black Heaven sect was still there, so the situation hadn't reached the worst point. However, when they heard from the expressionless disciples of the Black Heaven sect that ancestor Zhou had self-destructed, all the people who knew about it were shocked speechless. The only Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal in the lower realm of the immortal world had been forced to self-destruct under the siege. Then, each sect only had a group of peak Golden Immortal experts. Would they be able to resist the Zhao family's attack in the following days? The losses of the Black Heaven sect were not avoided. This was also Sect Master Li's instruction. When the experts of the various sect heard that the Black Heaven sect's Heaven Immortal and Mystic Immortal experts had suffered heavy casualties, with less than 10% of them surviving, their hearts fell to the bottom. When they arrived at the mountain gate of the Black Heaven sect, even worse news came. The Black Heaven sect's sect master, Wu, had been assassinated by a spy arranged by the Zhao family. Not even a single core member of the upper echelon was left alive. The hearts of all parties were in chaos. While they hurriedly asked about the losses, they also asked who was in charge of the Black Heaven sect now. Finally, someone remembered Sect Master Li, who was said to have gone into closed-door cultivation, and asked about his whereabouts. Then they sadly heard that Sect Master Li had also been plotted against and was seriously injured. Even Great Master Yang Chen could only extend his life for a few days. He was barely holding on until his last breath. The Black Heaven sect is finished. A Golden Immortal expert who led the team couldn't help but sigh. The major sect also knew the details of the Black Heaven sect. Such an accident had happened to the upper echelon, and the top forces were all dead or injured. Only a large number of Earth Immortal and Human Immortal disciples were left. What hope was there? Some people were still a bit lucky. As long as they could save Sect Master Li's life, maybe the Black Heaven sect could still have the power to reverse the situation. However, when they saw Sect Master Li's current situation with their own eyes, they no longer had this thought. Even Great Master Yang shook his head. There was no one in the spiritual realm who could pull Sect Master Li back from the edge of the underworld. Only Great Master Yang could use such an incredible method to keep Sect Master Li alive for so many days. If it was someone else, Sect Master Li would have died a long time ago. The first to rush over were only the 4 Dao sects. Among them, the Blue Cloud sect's Sect Master came in person, while the other sects were led by Golden Immortal ancestors. A few days later, 3 Demon Clan sect and 1 Demon Clan sect came. The other sect was too far away to arrive in such a short time. Sect Master Li, my condolences. Looking at Sect Master Li's current appearance, the upper echelon of these sect felt a little sad. Today, the Black Heaven sect had suffered this misfortune. No one knew who would be next. While feeling sad, there was also a little relief in everyone's hearts. They had been fighting with the Black Heaven sect for so many years and had always been suppressed by the Black Heaven sect. Today, they finally didn't have to worry about this anymore. The Black Heaven sect had been arrogant in the past, so it was only right for them to receive such a lesson. Everyone, don't worry. The Zhao family didn't get any better. Sect Master Li had already accepted it. The Black Heaven sect couldn't be saved no matter what, so it was better to take advantage of this moment to leave everyone a little hope. The Zhao family couldn't still be alive and kicking after the Black Heaven sect was gone, right? The losses of the Zhao family had been clearly understood by all parties in the past few days. The self-destruction of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was by no means ordinary power. Several of the Zhao family's top experts had died, and those who were alive were all injured. Perhaps this was the best time for everyone to gather and attack the Zhao family. However, attacking the Zhao family was a major event, but the future of the Black Heaven sect was also the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to know how Sect Master Li would deal with the Black Heaven sect. Chapter 23:14. The high-level people who came from all sides were basically gathered in Sect Master Li's room. Also here were the new elder Tiangang and Yang Qin. However, the Heavenly Dipper elders were free. Their Tao of concealment did not appear in front of everyone. Looking at Sect Master Li, who was lying in the bathtub and relying on Yang Chen's medicinal pills and spiritual liquid to prolong his life, the high-level officials of all parties sighed in their hearts. Once upon a time, Sect Master Li was also an ambitious and ruthless person. Unexpectedly at this moment, he has been reduced to such a fate. Thinking about it makes people sigh involuntarily. You can come to help at this time. Li is grateful. Although Sect Master Li is weak, he does not lose the bearing of the Sect Master. Everyone cupped their hands, but they couldn't say anything. The scene in front of them, where an ambitious and ruthless person had fallen to such a state, left them speechless. The Black Heaven sect is finished. It has fallen into my hands. I've let down my ancestors. Sect Master Li no longer intended to beat around the bush with these high-level members of the sect, and directly said his thoughts. The words of a dying man are kind. Please be magnanimous and listen to the words of a dying man. Sigh. Several of the higher-ups present sighed in unison. Then they all listened quietly, waiting for Sect Master Li to say his last words. As of today, the Black Heaven sect can only be considered to exist in name. I intend to disband the Black Heaven sect to give everyone an explanation. Sect Master Li was dying, and his words were not afraid to shock everyone. As soon as he opened his mouth, he threw out a shocking news. That's not all, right? The Blue Cloud sect master said with a sigh. The dignified number 1 sect of the Tao sect was disbanded, just like that. It was really hard to accept. In the past, the major sect and the Black Heaven sect appeared to be harmonious on the surface, but behind the scenes, they fought openly and secretly. Who knew how much discord had accumulated? However, when they heard Sect Master Li of the Mysterious Heaven sect personally say that he wanted to disband the Mysterious Heaven sect, they all felt that the world was unpredictable. If they were happy, they should be happy. After being suppressed by the Profound Heaven sect for so long, especially after the Immortal World's Profound Heaven sect took over the Heavenly Court, the Profound Heaven sect became even more arrogant. This disbandment was also in line with the wishes of all parties, but disbanding just like that was too sudden. Without the Profound Heaven Gate, the spiritual realm felt like it was missing a piece of its own. Those who weren't involved wouldn't be able to understand. You don't have to be so polite. The dissolution of the Profound Heaven sect is also in line with everyone's expectations. Sect Master Li seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. How many people are looking forward to the destruction of the Mysterious Heaven sect? Now that this old man has personally disbanded it, it's better than having all the disciples killed. From this perspective, it was not surprising that Sect Master Li made this decision. Everyone knew that the Mysterious Heaven sect was suffering from internal and external troubles. Relying on these few profound immortal experts to maintain the status of the Mysterious Heaven sect and deal with those cultivators who hated the Mysterious Heaven sect was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Sect Master Li took the initiative to disband the Black Heaven sect, which could be considered a retreat in order to advance. No matter how much hatred there was in the past, it could only be considered a personal hatred. It could not affect all the disciples of the mysterious heaven sect. This was a way for all the disciples to live. Sect Masterly, forgive my rudeness. The Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal from Samsara Valley next to him said rudely, after the mysterious heaven sect is disbanded, "What do you plan to do with those disciples?" This is what this old man wants to discuss with everyone. Sect Master Lee seemed to have already thought of the answer to this question, and he said it with a smile. The higher-ups of all parties listened carefully. Even if the mysterious heaven sect was disbanded, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. The current mysterious heaven sect could not be underestimated. If such a force was not properly settled, it would probably be a disaster. If it is divided among the major sects, I'm afraid you won't be able to use it at ease. Sect Master Lee first said the thoughts of all parties. He was no longer afraid of offending anyone in his current state. Some truths that would have been impossible to say in the past were now said very naturally. If it is so concentrated, even if the mysterious heaven sect is said to be disbanded, you will definitely not be at ease. What Sect Master Lee said was really what the major sects were worried about. If you said to disband and then disband, who knows if you are using this name to recuperate? It would be strange if everyone could be at ease. So, it is best to have a sect that everyone trusts and accept these disciples. Sect Master Lee didn't keep everyone guessing and directly said his answer. As long as this sect accepts these forces, they will not threaten all parties. I think everyone will be relieved, right? Since Sect Master Lee said so, which sect are you going to choose? I'm afraid Sect Master Lee has already thought about it, right? The Golden Immortal Master of the 5 Elements sect asked in a deep voice. My mysterious heaven sect is in such a great disaster, and all the sects in the spiritual realm are watching with folded arms. At this time, Sect Master Lee did not directly state his goal, but stated some facts. There is only one person who came in a hurry to save my sect from the fire and water. Who was Sect Master Lee talking about? There was no need for him to say the answer again. Everyone already understood that it was Yongqin. In this way, the sect that Sect Master Lee liked was Chunyang Palace. If it was Chunyang Palace, everyone could accept it. In the past, Mysterious Heaven Sect and Chunyang Palace could barely maintain peace. But since Sect Master Wu took over, the two sides were like fire and water, and it was impossible for them to work together. Even the major sects had tried to persuade Chunyang Palace to save some of the disciples who had been purged by Mysterious Heaven Sect. How can Chunyang Palace guarantee that these Mysterious Heaven Sect disciples will not have any other thoughts? Someone on Mashan asked. Although this question was asked about Chunyang Palace, in fact, everyone knew that it was asked to Sect Master Lee. All the remaining disciples of Mysterious Heaven Sect will join Chunyang Palace and worship the ancestor of Chunyang Palace. Sect Master Lee didn't make a decision, but once he made a decision, he would definitely consider it comprehensively. All these disciples will make a great oath of the heart demon that they will only be loyal to Chunyang Palace and abide by the rules of Chunyang Palace. They will no longer have anything to do with Mysterious Heaven Sect. Mysterious Heaven Sect will be removed from the spiritual realm from now on. As soon as this great oath of the heart demon was made, basically everyone was silent. If this was done, Mysterious Heaven Sect would really be removed from the spiritual realm. This time, it was even worse than the time in the mortal world. It should be known that this was a voluntary disbandment, and all the disciples took the initiative to make a great oath of the heart demon that they would no longer have anything to do with Mysterious Heaven Sect. As long as this was done, no one would cause any trouble in the name of avenging Mysterious Heaven Sect, and all the major sects could also sit back and relax. Even if Mysterious Heaven Sect in the immortal realm knew about it, they would have nothing to say. This was a decision made by Sect Master Xiantian himself, and no one else forced him. Being able to get rid of Mysterious Heaven Sect so peacefully all the major sects almost wanted to celebrate. The most reassuring thing was that even if they accepted this group of human immortal and earth immortal disciples, Mysterious Heaven sect would only be a little stronger than an ordinary first-rate sect. It would not reach the level of a super sect. Master Yang had a wide circle of friends, and he would not do anything to embarrass the major sects. Chapter 23:15. Yang Chun was reassuring. Looking at his history of enmity with others, except for those ignorant guys who wanted to take advantage of Yang Chen's property or women, he only had conflicts with the Taishimin Xiantian sect when it came to the sect. He got along well with other major sects. Especially after Master Yang became famous in alchemy, he established a good cooperative relationship with all major sects. He shared the latest elixirs, the best elixirs, and even the super life-saving divine jade. He had no intention of monopolizing everything. Getting along with Yang Qin made everyone happy and relieved. It was much simpler than getting along with Xiantian sect. Moreover, whether it was Chunyang Palace or Xiantian sect, they didn't want much. They just wanted a stable place to develop quietly, which was not a threat to any party. Of course, there was one thing that made all parties feel at ease. Chunyang Palace didn't have the foundation to support a super sect. Chunyang Palace in the mortal world only rose 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, which was also after Yang Qin supported it. Xiantian sect in the spiritual realm came from nothing. Yang Chen exchanged some elixirs for a place to live. Even with this group of people from Xiantian sect, how far could it develop? As for the threat after reaching the immortal realm, it was even more of a joke. There was no Chunyang Palace in the immortal realm. If these disciples of Chunyang Palace ascend to the immortal realm in the future, and Xiantian sect in the immortal realm comes to settle accounts, what will happen? Someone immediately raised this question. After all, everyone was still afraid of Xiantian sect in the immortal realm. Although Xiantian sect in the mortal world and Xiantian sect in the spiritual realm had disappeared, Xiantian sect in the mortal realm had become a tree without roots and water without a source. After all, Xiantian sect had accumulated a strong foundation for so many years. If they made trouble for this reason, they were afraid that it would be a mess when they reached the immortal realm. There is a group of Xian immortal disciples who are unwilling to live in Chunying Palace, so I arranged for them to ascend and report to the ancestors what I did. Sect Master Li had already considered this, and replied calmly, "If you don't believe me, you can also send someone to ascend to remind your ancestors to prepare early." After saying this, Sect Master Li smiled and said, "I'm not afraid of offending the ancestors. If all the sect in the celestial world unite, my mysterious heaven sect might not dare to do anything to them. What is there to worry about?" Everyone was worried about the celestial world's Black Heaven sect, not these disciples. He swore a great heart demon oath that it had nothing to do with the Black Heaven gate. That was enough. No cultivator was willing to violate the great vow of heart demons. "I think it's doable." The leader of Blue Cloud sect nodded. "It's barely feasible." The golden immortal master of the Green Jade Immortal Island immediately followed. "Sure." Everyone present expressed their opinions one by one, and it seemed that the matter was settled. "Seniors." Yang Chen's voice sounded in everyone's ears, and Yang Chen smiled bitterly. "This matter is related to this junior, and it is also related to this junior's sect. Why don't you ask this junior's opinion?" "Why? You still don't want to." The golden immortal of the Reincarnation Valley and Yang Chen had met once. At this moment he immediately glared at him and put on the posture of a senior and reprimanded. "It's a good thing that falls from the sky. Is it wrong for you? But this junior has to discuss it with the elders of the sect, right?" Yang Chen waved his hand helplessly. "Such a big thing, this junior can't make the decision alone." "You can't be the master of Chunying Palace?" The golden immortal master of the Green Jade Immortal Island sneered directly, causing everyone to laugh. Who didn't know that Yang Qin had the final say in Chunyang Palace? If he couldn't make the decision, then no one could. Or do you think that this matter is decided by the palace master of your Chunying Palace? The golden immortal of Qinkuan's sect was no exception and added a sentence. This made Yang Qin directly speechless. From the beginning to the end, this matter was not discussed with Yang Qin. Sect Master Li made his own decision, and after informing all parties, it was decided. As for Chunying Palace, it seemed that it had become a matter of whether they agreed or not. Looking at Yang Chen's helpless acceptance, everyone was in a good mood. This matter was the most perfect solution. It was rare to have a way that all parties were satisfied with. Sect Master Li could think of it so thoroughly. The sect was satisfied because the Xiantian sect was gone, and Chunying Palace could not threaten all parties. The disciples of the Xiantian sect were also satisfied. They no longer had to face the pressure of the sect directly, and they could cultivate peacefully under the wings of Chunying Palace. Otherwise, with the current situation of the Xiantian sect, they would never have a peaceful day in the future. Even the Zhao family was probably satisfied. The Xiantian sect was destroyed by them, and their prestige and morale were greatly boosted. Yang Lan was even more satisfied. Not to mention the destruction of the Xiantian sect. The more power Yang Qin had, the more power he had. The territory of Chunying Palace can't support so many disciples. Yang Chen could only helplessly express his concerns. Now Chunying Palace only occupied the territory of the Sunset Rock, Linyang River, and the Hatred Sea. Now it was full. If there were more disciples, he was afraid that there would be no room for development. Isn't this easy? The golden immortal master of the 5 elements sect smiled slightly and directly stomped the ground under his feet. Since you have accepted the disciples of the Xiantian sect, we can't congratulate you. The territory of the Xiantian sect will belong to Chunying Palace. The territory was a good thing, and every sect wanted it. If something happened to the Xiantian sect, it would definitely be divided by several surrounding sections. However, everyone understood that no sect was willing to have another Xiantian sect. Instead of letting the super sect of the Dao sects get this territory, it was better to give it to the non-threatening Chunying Palace. The reason was the same. It was just to restrain each other, and not to let one or several parties become stronger. The benefits fell on the head of Chunying Palace for no reason. It had to be said that Sect Master Li had already considered all this before making the decision. The reactions of all parties had been considered, so he was so thorough. Yang Qin had nothing to say. After getting the biggest benefit, he couldn't complain anymore. However, even though Yang Qin had nothing to say, there were still people who had doubts. What if some of these disciples of the Xiantian sect are unwilling to join Chunying Palace and worship the ancestors of Chunying Palace? Worshipping the ancestors of Chunying Palace was equivalent to deceiving the ancestors of the Xiantian sect. Among the cultivators, there were naturally many who were unwilling to do this. These unwilling guys would be the root of trouble sooner or later, so it was normal for some people to have this concern. Alas! Sect Master Li sighed and said, "If there are those who are unwilling, then persuade them. If the persuasion fails, Elder Li." The new great elder of Tiangang was also surnamed Li. He appeared directly in front of everyone, bowed to Sect Master Li, and waited for his orders. "If there are really people who are unwilling, Elder Li, you can personally send them to meet me." Chapter 23:16. What was decisive in killing? Decisive in killing meant that even when killing one's own people, one would be clean and merciless. Even if Sect Master Li only had a little chance of survival, he still did this. At this point, no one said anything more. Sect Master Li had already arranged things to this extent. If they said anything more, they were afraid that even their own people would feel sorry. Yang Chen got the biggest benefit, and it was something that he had been thinking about for a long time but could not realize. He got the foundation of Xiantian sect, so his heart was the happiest. When Sect Master Li saw that all the negotiations were ready, he felt a little less worried in his heart. His mind relaxed, and he could no longer hold on and fainted. The dissolution of Xiantian sect was such a big thing. If sect master Li did not personally announce it, all the disciples of Xiantian sect would have made a scene. Therefore, sect master Li could only feel that he could relax after the negotiation, but to fully arrange it, he was afraid that he had to summon all the disciples to announce it. Yang Chen diagnosed that sect master Li's current condition was very bad, and he could only hold on for a while. He took out a few elixirs again and arranged a self-circulating elixir array to stimulate sect master Li to wake up slowly. At this time, Yang Qin no longer said anything more. The biggest benefit was Yang Qin and Chunying Palace. After getting the biggest benefit, he should not open his mouth to destroy this temporary balance, so as not to overreach himself. The remaining Xian Immortal and Heaven Immortal Masters of Xiantian sect gathered first. Under the witness of the representatives of the major sects, they heard sect master Li's order. Every disciple of Xiantian sect was shocked, and they also began to consider whether this matter was made by sect master Li under the pressure of the major sects. However, these things were naturally explained by the Big Dipper elders. At the same time, sect master Li also provided these disciples with a choice. If the Xian immortal disciples were unwilling to join Chunying Palace, they could choose to ascend to the immortal realm and stay away from all the troubles. When they reached the immortal realm, they would still be disciples of Xiantian sect. But the affairs of the spiritual realm had nothing to do with them. However, only the Xian immortal disciples and the disciples at the peak of Heaven Immortal who were close to ascension had such a choice. The other disciples also had the opportunity to choose, but no one knew the consequences of choosing not to join. Of course, before making their choice, the Big Dipper elders had already informed all the disciples of the profound Heaven sect about its current situation and true strength. They believed that none of them were fools, since they were able to ascend from the mortal world to the spiritual realm. Knowing the truth of the situation, many people would make the right choice. In the last days of sect master Li's life, the disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect finally made their choice. 90% of the profound immortal realm disciples chose to ascend, while the rest stayed in the spirit world, including the newly appointed elder Big Dipper. Among the ordinary disciples, 90% of them chose to join Chunying Palace, and the remaining 10% chose to become rogue cultivators. In the eyes of the major sect, these disciples were restless targets. Their fates had been decided the moment they made their choice. Under the supervision of the representatives of the sect, all the disciples who were willing to join Chunying Palace made the great oath of the heart demon in front of sect master Li. From then on, they would join Chunying Palace and worship the ancestor of Chunying Palace. They would no longer have anything to do with the mysterious Heaven sect. Of course, this was only a temporary ceremony. To really join Chunying Palace, they still needed the palace master of Chunying Palace to personally preside over the admission. However, at this time, making the great oath of the heart demon had already given the major sect a reassurance pill. Seeing a group of disciples complete the great oath of the heart demon, the representatives of the major sect were also relieved. Sect master Li finally completely let go of all his worries. His remaining vitality could no longer support him, and he slowly closed his eyes. "Don't let me down." At the moment before closing his eyes, sect master Li left this sentence to Yang Qin, and then closed his eyes gently. Everyone thought that this was sect master Li telling Yang Qin to take good care of those disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect and not to be hunted down. Only Yang Qin and sect master Li knew the mystery. Even the new Big Dipper elders were not clear about it. Watching sect master Li close his eyes and take his last breath, Yang Qin also had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The Taishaman of the mortal world and the mysterious Heaven sect of the spiritual world were all destroyed in front of Yang Qin's eyes. It was just that one was besieged as the public enemy of the world and was destroyed by the Hotian calamity, while the other was disbanded by the sect master before his death. But in any case, the mysterious heaven sect of the spiritual world also dissipated. When the news of sect Master Wu's death reached the ears of the surviving disciples of the mysterious heaven sect, almost none of them felt sad. Even the trusted aides he appointed were the same. On the contrary, after the death of sect Master Li, all the disciples cried bitterly. This kind of sect master, who was unanimously supported by the entire sect, had not appeared in the mysterious heaven sect for a long time. Yang Chen and Tao Junqi personally took care of the funeral of sect Master Li. Tao Junqi was the personal disciple of sect Master Li, and Yang Chen was Tao Junqi's husband, so Yang Chen also used the identity of a junior disciple to take care of the funeral. Until the funeral of sect Master Li and sect Master Wu was completed, those Xian Immortal experts who were unwilling to join the Chunyang Palace ascended on the spot under the attention of all parties and left the spiritual world one by one. The rest of the ordinary disciples were taken away by the heavenly Dipper elders. There were also a few golden immortal experts from other sects in the dark. They were here to monitor whether the heavenly Dipper elders would end the lives of these stubborn, profound heaven sect disciples. The result made everyone very satisfied. In a secret place, the Big Dipper elders used the Big Dipper formation to kill all the disciples who did not obey the last wishes of sect Master Li without mercy. The new Big Dipper elders had been serving sect Master Li. The will of sect Master Li was their goal. Those who did not obey sect Master Li had only death. The obedient disciples now stayed in their original places and began to rebuild the sect. But this time it was not the construction of the mountain gate of the mysterious heaven sect, but the new mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace. It was not until almost 2 months after everything was in place that the palace master of the Chunyang Palace received the news and hurried over with several core executives. When they first received the news, they couldn't even believe their ears. The huge mysterious heaven sect actually became the Chunyang Palaces? However, it was Gao Yu and Zhou Xianying who came to report the news, along with several representatives of the major sect. Everything showed that this was not a dream. The palace master didn't have to think about it to know that all this must be related to Yang Chen. As for how Yang Chen did it, they could only wait to see Yang Chen and ask slowly. In any case, the big pie fell from the sky on the head of the Chunyang Palace. The territory of the mysterious heaven sect, which all the sect in the world coveted, officially became the private property of the Chunyang Palace, and it was recognized by all the major sect. Countless jealous sect could only admit this. Chapter 23:17. When the news spread, the world was in an uproar. Wherever the news reached, there was a look of disbelief and disbelief. Xiantian sect was actually destroyed by the Zhao family? How was this possible? Xiantian sect was the world's largest sect, the leader of the Dao sects, and had many experts. How could such a super sect be destroyed by the Zhao family? Countless people began to ask for details. At this time, some insiders explained to these curious and skeptical people how far the Zhao family had gone, how the Xiantian sect's hidden elder, Grandmaster Zhousheng, who was a golden immortal, was besieged and self-destructed, how many experts were killed, and so on. Of course, the most important thing was to restore the reputation of Xiantian sect. During the meeting among the various sects, Grandmaster Zhousheng was plotted against. It was the people of Xiantian sect who took the lead, but they succeeded in alienating the relationship between the major sects and Xiantian sect, allowing the Zhao family to take advantage of the situation, and so on. Basically, it was an indisputable fact that Xiantian Academy had sided with the Zhao family. After the death of the sect master of Xiantian Academy, the successor turned out to be Lu Wuji's father, the retired great elder. It was obviously abnormal for a retired guy to start fighting for power. What's more, as soon as this guy came to power, he purged countless meritorious officials of the sect who had made great contributions in the battle against the Zhao family. Even the golden immortal elder from the celestial world was plotted against. Fortunately, the golden immortal ancestor had a high cultivation level, so Sect Master Liu did not succeed and escaped with serious injuries. However, this was already after Sect Master Li's funeral was settled, and everything was settled. For the major sects, this was a good thing. Otherwise, if the people of Xiantian Academy hid it until the last moment, the harm would be even greater. Moreover, Xiantian Academy sided with the Zhao family, so it was naturally moving. It was impossible for them to stay in the same place and wait for the major sects to conquer them. In Xiantian sect, the major sects could also get some compensation from Xiantian Academy for the territories that the sect did not get. In the entire spiritual realm, all the cultivators in all the sect envied Chunyang Palace the most, as it had obtained the greatest benefits out of thin air. After taking over the territory and disciples of Xiantian sect, Chunyang Palace naturally became the first-class sect closest to the super sect. It was only because they had too little top-notch power and foundation that they were unable to reach the level of a super sect. It was a pity to say that, but as long as they thought that it had only been a few years since Chunyang Palace established its mountain gate in the spiritual realm, those who felt that it was a pity immediately shut up. If this was a pity, then what was a stroke of good fortune? It seemed that everything was related to Yang Chen. If Yang Chen hadn't thought of the Zhao family's plot at the critical moment and immediately brought a few of his friends from the Dragon Clan to rescue them, the Black Heaven sect might have really been wiped out. Perhaps it was because of this that those disciples of Xiantian sect were willing to join Chunyang Palace under the order of Sect Master Li. This was his ability, not something that fell from the sky into his mouth for no reason. For the major sects, this was a compromise that they had no choice but to make. After all, it was not suitable to give this power to any other sect. It was the safest to give it to Chunyang Palace. Moreover, the hatred between Chunyang Palace and Xiantian sect was as deep as the sea. It was impossible for them to have any thoughts of avenging Xiantian sect. Of course, Yang Chen was also included. Originally, Yang Chen had a close relationship with all parties, and he had obtained the inheritance of the Immortal execution platform. He also had top-notch force, which was why he was recognized by the major sect. Otherwise, it was estimated that the major sect would rather Xiantian sect be completely destroyed by the Zhao family. The impact of the news of Xiantian sect's complete disappearance was so great that it even overshadowed the impact of the Zhao family's complete victory. This was also the brilliance of Sect Master Li. Actively disbanding Xiantian sect and being destroyed were two completely different concepts. The Zhao family's purpose of suppressing the morale of the major sect by destroying Xiantian sect was eliminated by Sect Master Li's initiative. Among them, Yang Qin and Zhou Sheng played the most important role in suppressing the morale of the major sect. Zhou Sheng alone killed 4, and Yang Qin also killed 4. Both sides added up to seriously injure each other. It could be said that none of the Zhao family's golden immortal experts returned alive. The Zhao family's heaven immortal and profound immortal experts suffered heavy casualties. Nearly 10,000 of them were left in Xiantian sect. No matter how powerful the Zhao family was, it would take a long time to recuperate after losing so many super experts. However, the Zhao family had 2 dragon experts who could threaten Zhou Sheng and Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. This was not good news. Fortunately, Zhou Sheng's self-explosion must have injured the 2 dragon experts. Otherwise, they would not have retreated at that time. If the Zhao family and the cultivators of the spiritual world had lost more strength, the Zhao family might have lost more. However, the Zhao family had recently added Xuanwu Academy. Perhaps the 2 sides had returned to the same level. How could the sect master of Xuanwu Academy inexplicably join the Zhao family and even attack Zhou Sheng? This was a question that the major sect couldn't figure out. When everyone gathered at Xiantian sect side, Someone raised this question. All parties discussed a lot of possibilities, but they couldn't figure it out. If the great elder of Xuanwu Academy joined the Zhao family, everyone could understand. After all, he had the pain of losing his son and was irreconcilable with Xiantian's sect. But the sect master shouldn't have done this. Why would he want to provoke a zenith heaven golden immortal and then give his life to the great elder? They hadn't heard of the sect master of Xuanwu Academy suffering from an incurable disease or a fatal injury. The Taishaman of the mortal world had a kind of demonic technique called the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra. Listening to the discussions of the various experts without a conclusion, Yang Chen finally couldn't help but remind them. The major sect really didn't put Yanglan in their eyes. If they missed Yanglan, it was likely that they would suffer a big loss in the future. This time, Yanglan could control hundreds of cultivators of high status. How much more could he control next time? They had to let all parties deal with the guys controlled by Yanglan in order to reduce casualties in the future. Otherwise, if Yanglan attacked them from behind at a critical moment, it would definitely make the major sect's hearts ache. Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra? There are still people who cultivate this in the spiritual world. Someone immediately expressed doubt. I haven't heard of a large number of female cultivators going missing. Xiantian's sect explained a long time ago that it was not the young sect master who caused the destruction of the Taishaman in the mortal world, but someone else. Yang Qin sighed and explained that Yanglan was later rescued by the Zhao family. Yang Chen's reminder reminded everyone. At that time, Xiantian's sect tried very hard to prove that the mortal world was not the fault of the Taishaman's young sect master, Li Heng. They had indeed pushed Yanglan out. But what everyone didn't expect was that they could still be related to this guy. Chapter 2318. Although the top masters of the Xiantian sect had either died or ascended, many of the people who had dealt with Yanglan that year were still there. At that time, Yanglan was just a lowly human immortal disciple, and it didn't take many heaven immortals and Xian immortals to deal with him. As for what happened that year, as long as they asked these people, they would know. Everyone immediately got busy. On one side, they ordered Yang Qin to find people through Chunyang Palace. On the other side, they began to understand the specific information of the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra, how to distinguish the controlled people, how to rescue them, and how to kill them. Things were done very quickly. At least in Chunyang Palace, it was easy to summon the disciples who had dealt with Yanglan that year. In less than a day, there were more than 100 earth immortal and human immortal disciples standing in front of the masters from all sides, telling everyone about what happened that year. Listening carefully to these people's accounts, everyone could imagine the anger of the Xiantian sect after discovering that many disciples were secretly controlled. After listening to the accounts of these disciples, everyone basically understood what was the situation after being controlled and how to distinguish it. It didn't take long for the results of the investigations of all parties to come out, which were basically the same as the description of these disciples of Chunyang Palace. The only difference was how to distinguish it, because Yanglan had learned a lesson at the beginning and did a lot more covert. Thinking about the situation at that time, those people really didn't have to take the initiative to die unless they had no choice. This could also explain why the sect master of Xuanwu Academy committed suicide by harming others without benefiting himself. Now that there was a direction, everyone just had to follow this direction to investigate. However, Yang Qin still reminded everyone that Yanglan might not repeat the same mistakes. He would never cast a large net to control many people and would only target some key people. The golden immortal experts on the scene immediately began to check all the representatives without any hesitation. They were golden immortal masters with high seniority and high cultivation. No one felt that it was inappropriate to do it themselves, and they were very cooperative to accept the inspection. Fortunately, none of the representatives present were controlled, which was a good result. Next, it was natural to secretly pass the news back to the sect, and then investigate within the scope of the sect. Naturally, the affiliated sect of the major sect would not let them go, lest they were caught in the crossfire. Chunyang Palace began to rebuild the sect on a large scale. The mysterious heaven sect's territory was large, and there were many spirit veins. Compared to the Sunset Rock and Linyang River, this place naturally became the core sect. Dilong had set off here, ready to settle down at the core of the original Xiantian sect. The original site had become branch. This was where the gate of Chunyang Palace would be located in the future. Even Elder Wu Xiong had begun to gradually move the headquarters of the Wanbao Tower over here. The entire territory within tens of thousands of kilometers had been destroyed by the battle between the Zhao family and the mysterious heaven sect. It was unknown how many natives of the spiritual world had died. At this time, a large number of natives had to be migrated to replenish their numbers. In short, everyone in Chunyang Palace was very busy. Yang Qin had already checked whether the disciples had any connection with Yang Lan when they made the heart demon oath. Fortunately, Yang Lan was now only interested in big figures and key figures. These junior disciples had not yet been put in his eyes. At least this group of disciples who joined the Piryang Palace were clean. Now that Chunyang Palace had seen great development, the original Chunyang Palace disciples' morale was greatly boosted. All of them were in high spirits, and their styles were different. The mysterious heaven sect disciples who joined Chunyang Palace were a little depressed, but after learning about some of the incentive and contribution mechanisms inside Chunyang Palace, they began to cheer up slowly. Who could have thought that such a small sect, which they used to think could not be seen at all, would have such strong financial resources? Compared with their mysterious heaven sect, it was not inferior at all, and even surpassed them in some aspects. The most obvious was in terms of elixirs. With the elixirs refined by Yang Chen and Mo Chunmei, even the mysterious heaven sect could not catch up with them. These elixirs were sky-high prices outside. Inside Chunyang Palace, they could be exchanged with the contribution of the sect that was much cheaper than the actual value. In addition, in terms of refining, going to the core mountain gate to gain experience, and the monthly routine of the disciples, they were not inferior to the mysterious heaven sect. It could be said that joining Chunyang Palace did not make them feel that they had to live a hard life in the future. On the contrary, it seemed that they had directly entered a rich family, and their lives were much better out of thin air. Seeing the dilapidated site restored little by little to the beautiful scenery, the disciples of Chunyang Palace were indescribably satisfied. When they went out, they even straightened their chests a lot. While Chunyang Palace was building the sect, the major sect secretly investigated the disciples who were controlled by the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra, and they had preliminary results. Although it was just a simple investigation, the results of the investigation still made the senior members of the major sect break out in a cold sweat. In some key positions in their own sect, many disciples had been secretly controlled. Although the proportion was not very large, once these controlled disciples broke out at some critical moment, it would definitely be a fatal blow to the major sect. Even the affiliated sect was no exception. The masters of some affiliated sect were even quietly controlled, and they did not know when they had been controlled. After a preliminary investigation, the number of people who had been secretly controlled by Yang Lan for hundreds of years and thousands of years added up to nearly 10,000. What kind of concept was this? According to this development, there was no need to wait for the Zhao family to take action. As long as Yang Lan maintained such a situation, the entire spiritual world would no longer be the world of the major sect. At this time, all parties began to seriously consider the culprit of the destruction of the mortal Taishaman explained by the mysterious heaven sect. According to the evidence at hand, it was indeed Yang Lan who was the most suspicious, and the possibility of the young master, Li Liheng, was the least. Why would the young master of the Taishaman take the risk of losing his reputation to practice this kind of demonic art that harmed others for his own benefit? It was not that he could be the master of the sect if he was anxious to improve his cultivation. As long as he practiced step by step, when the time came, Master Li would naturally ascend and leave the Taishaman to Li Liheng. Since Li Liheng had no reason to practice the great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra in terms of motivation, then everything was Yang Lan's conspiracy. Considering the relationship between Yang Lan and the Zhao family, and the Zhao family's rescue after Yang Lan was exposed, it was certain that everything was done by the Zhao family behind the scenes. The grievances of the mortal Taishaman were finally revealed after the dissolution of the mysterious Heaven sect in the spiritual world. It was not known what the mysterious Heaven sect in the immortal world would think after knowing this. However, Yang Chen, the original initiator, could already smile in his dreams. Chapter 2319. With the dissolution of the Xiantian sect, Yang Chen did not feel the same feeling of hatred that he had when the Taishaman were exterminated last time. Maybe this was related to Sect Master Li. After all, Yang Chen and Sect Master Li also got along for a while. In any case, Sect Master Li still did his best to give Yang Chen all kinds of benefits. In this way, the Xiantian sect was dissolved peacefully and Yang Chen was achieved. Yang Chen had more or less gotten back some of the interest of his previous master, who was forced to commit suicide by the Xiantian sect. The major sect was still secretly investigating the puppets controlled by Yang Lan on a large scale, but Yang Chen had already begun to think about the decisive battle with the Zhao family. After Zhou Sheng's self-destruction, Yang Chen clearly knew that the two dragon masters who could fight with Zhou Sheng did not suffer much loss in the self-destruction of the great principal golden immortal. This made Yang Chen very interested in the protective magic weapon they had. What kind of protective magic weapon in the spiritual world could 100% prevent the self-destruction of the great principal golden immortal? At least Yang Chen only knew two. One was the Mountain River geographical map, and the other was the unknown magic weapon owned by the two dragons. Maybe Yang Chen's Golden Body Secret Art and the Dragon Golden Bell could also resist it, but at that time Yang Chen did not take the risk, so he could not guarantee 100% protection. Even the protective magic weapon refined by the Golden Immortals of the Zhao family in the spiritual world could only play a certain protective role if there was a sufficient distance, and those Golden Immortal masters were seriously injured. Big Brother, what kind of magic weapon do you think the two dragon masters used? Yang Chen was now discussing this issue with Big Brother Li Cheng. Lin Zhengyuan, Ao Lan, Ao Lai, and Long Quang had all seen the power of Zhou Sheng's self-destruction. At least they themselves did not have the ability to withstand Zhou Sheng's self-destruction. They did not know much about this, so Yang Chen still had to ask Big Brother Li Cheng. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid it's the same nature as a Ling's Mountain River geographical map. Li Cheng didn't say anything definite, but just gave a general guess. Big Brother Li Cheng was considered a personal disciple of the Tao ancestor, so he definitely knew more than everyone else. Since he said so, there was at least a 50% chance that it was true. Thinking about it, it was normal. In the spirit world, where the spiritual pressure and cultivation level were lower than in the immortal world, there was really no reliable way to resist the self-destruction of a great overarching golden immortal. Even if it was a core sect-level cave abode, it would probably be blown into pieces. Only a world-class magical treasure like the Mountain River geographical map could resist that kind of violent power. One had to know that the two Dragon Clan experts were even closer to Zhou Sheng than Yang Chen and the others. They were practically right next to him. To be able to come out unscathed in that kind of situation, this was probably the only possibility. Could the Zhao family be relying on those two dragons to refine the demon realm? Yang Chen raised this question and waited for everyone's suggestions. I'm afraid so. Others didn't dare to say, but Big Brother Li Cheng felt that the possibility was very high. I will set off now and enter the demon realm to see how far they have refined. Although Big Brother Li Cheng knew a lot, he didn't know everything, so he still needed to verify it. In this regard, neither Yang Chen nor the women stopped him. If he wanted to defeat the Zhao family, he probably had to know their progress first before he could make targeted arrangements. What should I do these days? Yang Qin asked Big Brother Li Cheng very seriously. Everyone also looked at Li Cheng eagerly. Although Li Cheng basically didn't make a move, everyone still regarded him as the backbone. Continue to cultivate. Big Brother Li Cheng smiled and said, "There is no harm in having a high cultivation." This was the truth, but it was equivalent to not saying it. At least Yang Qin gave Big Brother Li Cheng a big eye roll. If possible, try to refine the Immortal's cave left behind by Madame Bai. Li Cheng's words were the real advice. Try to let the mountain river geographical map have the heavenly tribulation of the spiritual realm, so that the cultivators inside can improve their realm normally. Although the mountain river geographical map had the heavenly tribulation, it was only the heavenly tribulation of the mortal world, not the spiritual realm. Therefore, the vast majority of the cultivators in the spiritual realm, other than those who had experienced the heavenly tribulation before and were collected into the mountain river geographical map, the cultivators who ascended from the mortal world did not experience the worldly immortal tribulation or earthly immortal tribulation. Although these cultivators could come out of the mountain river geographical map to accept the heavenly tribulation, the number of cultivators inside was too large, especially after the refinement of the demon realm. The strength of those demonized demon beasts were strong. There were more than hundreds of millions of demon beasts that surpassed the earthly immortal level. If they were all released, it would definitely make the entire spiritual realm face a great enemy. Hearing Big Brother Li Cheng's suggestion, the eyes of everyone who had experienced the heavenly tribulation last time lit up. No matter who it was, they could get huge benefits from the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. That kind of enthusiasm caused Long Quang to be in a daze. He didn't know why everyone was so fanatical. Don't let your guard down. Be prepared, otherwise all your previous efforts will be wasted. Li Cheng naturally saw everyone's enthusiasm. At this time, he had no choice but to pour cold water on everyone. Absorbing the heavenly tribulation was not an easy task. The overwhelming scene was still fresh in everyone's memory. At that time, it was only the heavenly tribulation of the mortal world. It even caused the spiritual power in the mountain river geographical map to be insufficient. In the end, they could only rely on Yang Qin to forcibly open the door of the immortal beheading stage and draw in the spiritual power of the immortal world. This time, to absorb the heavenly tribulation immortal cave, I'm afraid I have to follow the book and do it again. It was very dangerous, but if it could be successful, not to mention anything else, just the cultivation realm of the cultivators in the spiritual realm would be enough to increase the power of the mountain river geographical map, especially when the enemy's magic treasure may be the immortal cave of the demon realm. The demon realm cultivators were generally one realm higher than the demon realm. In order to win, this kind of improvement was necessary. Before that, Yang Chen had to help his friends improve their cultivation. Before, the head of the palace and several core high-level members had already gotten the Tianyuan pill. But the old tree demon, Hou Yin, Shikuei, and Xiasha, who had been with Yang Chen since the beginning of the mortal world, had not gotten it because they were out. Chunyang Palace took over the territory of the profound heaven sect. Such a big thing, these guys naturally all ran back. Of course, Yang Chen would not favor one and discriminate against the other. Everyone would definitely be treated equally. Although the Tianyuan pill was good, one person could only use 2 at most. The rare dragon clan could use 1 or 2 more, so the Tianyuan pills in Yang Chen's hands were of no use to him. In this case, why not give good things to your own relatives and friends? Do you want to keep them for outsiders? The old tree demon, Hou Yin, Shikuei, Xiasha, Laning, Fatty Jing, Elder Wu Xiong, as well as the former Shangwan Feng, Du Qian, Wang Yuan, and others, Yang Qin gave 1 Tianyuan pill to each of them. Chapter 23:20. They were friends, and Yang Chen's own apprentices were no exception. Several apprentices each had 1 according to their different attributes. After a batch was distributed, Yang Qin directly took out half of the remaining Heaven Essence pills as the highest level reward in Chunying Palace, which required a very high contribution to the sect. When they got the Heaven Essence pill, everyone was confused and did not know what this pill was for. Yang Chen did not hide it and directly explained the origin of the Heaven Essence pill to everyone. As soon as they heard it, everyone was suddenly surprised. The life essence of a 10,000 tribulation true immortal was obtained by Yang Qin from the immortal beheading stage. Just thinking about it made people tremble. Looking at the pill that seemed to have no head, everyone could hardly suppress their nervousness. It was so easy to get in touch with the aura of a true immortal and even slowly accept the cultivation inheritance of a true immortal. If this was spread out, it would be like listening to a book from heaven. No one would believe it. However, everyone believed it because the rapid improvement of the cultivation of Yang Chen's family and the palace master had already told everyone that this was an ironclad fact. For Yang Chen to give them such a big gift, everyone had already been like Aolan and did not regard it as a favor, cause, or effect. Anyway, everyone was already tied to Yang Chen. Yang Chen's affairs were everyone's affairs. There was no distinction between them. Why should they care so much? After distributing the Heaven Essence pills, Yang Chen did not forget to bring these close friends to the mountain river geographical map. Next, he would refine the Heaven Calamity Cave. There would be many benefits, so he could not let outsiders benefit. The spiritual realm was still digesting the news of the Xiantian sect's dissolution. The whole thing was still lingering. The major sects were secretly investigating the puppets that were being controlled, and they had already found about 15,000 of them. They were just waiting for an order to eliminate all of these puppets. At this time, they obviously could not act rashly to avoid being discovered by Yanglan in advance. Every puppet that was discovered had an expert who was responsible for carrying out the task of eliminating them. However, no one would notice this, including the puppets themselves. If the major sects really wanted to do things seriously, they would still have a very high efficiency. He could see some clues from the matter of dealing with the puppets. The women who returned to their respective sect stayed in their respective sect for a period of time. After finishing the matters in the sect, they returned to Yang Chen's side one after another. However, this time, they didn't go back to Linyang River. Instead, they went straight to the original Xiantian Gate, which was now the gate of Chunying Palace. When the girls returned to their respective sect, they were also shocked by their respective masters. He had only been in seclusion with Yang Qin for more than 600 years, and he had jumped from the Earth Immortal level to the Xian Immortal level. His cultivation level had increased like a demon. Even though the aptitudes of these girls were already very outstanding, the speed at which their cultivation increased was simply too fast. It was so fast that even their masters were a little worried. This question was answered by the secret technique that their husbands obtained from the immortal beheading platform. Anyway, no one knew what Yang Chen had obtained from the immortal beheading platform, and it was impossible for them to know. No one would doubt anything, and no one could doubt anything. In any case, it was always a good thing to have so many experts, and all parties were very happy. From the disaster of the Xiantian Gate, all parties also learned a lesson. The first was the place where the dwelling divine jade was kept. All parties were heavily guarded, and all the guards were carefully inspected. They must not let the Zhao family spies or Yanglan's puppets mix in. It must be known that the reason why the Xiantian sect had a disaster this time was because there was a puppet of Yanglan in the important place where the dwelling god jade was kept. Therefore, the Zhao family broke through and destroyed all the dwelling god jade. Of course, the sect could not follow the footsteps of the Xiantian Gate. Big brother Li Cheng had already set off to the demon realm to inquire about the news. The girls were now cultivating in the Dragon Palace. What Yang Chen wanted to know the most was the situation of the two dragon race experts. At this moment, he was asking Aolan and Longquang, "Big sister, you checked the aura of those two dragon race experts clearly. Is it that traitor of your dragon race?" In the past, Aolan had long said that the dragon race expert of the Zhao clan was a traitor. This time, she had come into close contact with him and was more certain. One of them is him. Aolan did not have anything to hide from Yangchen. She quickly replied that would attributed one as him. Based on his cultivation, he should already be slightly stronger than me. Big sister Aolan was already a peak golden immortal. Although that fellow had not reached Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, he was slightly stronger than Aolan. He was not someone to be underestimated. Furthermore, there was another Earth-attributed dragon race expert of similar cultivation. When the two of them worked together, they could already contend against a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. No wonder Zhou Xing suffered such a huge loss in the end and had no choice but to self-detonate. He was forced into a corner. However, didn't they say that there was only one traitor of the dragon race? Where did that Earth-attributed expert come from? This was also something that Aolan could not understand. A long time ago, when they were exterminating the Tri-River Alliance, they learned from the captives that the Zhao clan had two dragon race experts. It was just that no one knew where the second dragon race expert came from. Did you guys realize that the aura of that Earth-attributed dragon race expert is somewhat familiar? Long Quang was also in the battle this time. He could feel it very clearly. At this moment, he suddenly asked, "How familiar?" Yang Chen did not notice this and immediately turned to ask Long Quang. Aolan was also confused as she waited for Long Quang's reply. A very familiar feeling. Long Quang himself seemed to be unable to determine how familiar it was. It's as if that person is me. Don't you guys think it's strange? Not only did Long Quang's words not make everyone feel relieved, it instead made them even more confused. What do you mean by yourself? Isn't Long Quang himself standing on this side? Where did the other him come from? Ao Lai also frowned. Now that Long Quang said this, she seemed to have a vague memory of it. It seemed like this was really the case. However, there was no way to explain the reason for this strange feeling. Just as everyone was thinking about what kind of strange feeling this was, the Morong sisters, Morong Yen, who was listening at the side, suddenly asked, "An Earth-attributed dragon race expert? Wasn't the dragon puppet also of the Earth attribute back then?" This sentence reminded everyone. Everyone's attention was focused on Long Quang. Long Quang's current body was the dragon puppet from back then. He felt that it was his own body. Could it be the dragon spirit of the dragon puppet from back then? Yes, that's the feeling. Long Quang was also enlightened and thought through many things. Maybe it's the original owner of this body. Chapter 23-21. Although this was the closest possibility to the truth, it made it even more difficult for people to understand the Zhao family's dragon clan expert. He was able to refine the body of his own clan into a puppet to act as the core of the sealing formation, but he also left behind the dragon spirit of his own clan. Furthermore, this dragon spirit even fought for him. This was really inexplicable. Could it be like us? Ao Lai opened his mouth at the right time, pointing at himself and Long Quang. Ao Lai and Long Quang had a common characteristic, and that was that their current bodies were not their own. Ao Lai's body was Long Quang's original body, while Long Quang's body was a dragon puppet. It was his own dragon spirit that occupied someone else's body. Now that he mentioned it, it was possible. If Yang Chen could make Ao Lai and Long Quang occupy other people's bodies, then the Zhao family's dragon clan experts could do the same. It was not something to make a fuss about. In this way, things would be interesting. The dragon clan of the spirit world was already scarce in number, but there were still 3 of them who played this kind of trick. It sounded inconceivable. Whether it was Ao Lai or Long Quang, they all happened to meet at the right time, which was why they made the move to possess others. However, no one knew what was going on with the Zhao family's dragon clan. However, one thing was certain. If it wasn't for the great benefits, who would be willing to abandon their original body and possess a strange body that didn't belong to them? Perhaps the real answer would only be known when they faced the two experts of the Zhao family dragon clan. Now that everyone was guessing, it was nothing more than their imaginations. For some reason, after so many years, those sect that had already lost golden immortals from the lower realms actually didn't send any more experts down. Even after Lin Zongxuan's death, the Immortal World's mysterious heaven sect didn't send any experts down. Did the higher-ups really think that they could rely on the power of the spirit world to pacify the Zhao family? With these questions in mind, Yang Chen's family began to prepare to refine the tomb where Madame Bai used to live. Just as Big Brother Li Cheng had said, in the end, all conspiracies still depended on one's strength. When one's cultivation was raised to the point where one wouldn't be afraid of any conspiracies, even if the enemy had any tricks, it would only cause one more twists and turns. It was very easy for Gong Sunling and her third primordial spirit to refine a cave abode. They had already refined the demon realm and created a world of their own. Refining a cave abode as large as Madame Bai's tomb was a piece of cake. It was the heavenly tribulation inside that made things difficult. There was another problem. If Yang Chen and the others were to go through the heaven immortal tribulation directly, they would probably need to ascend immediately. The way of heaven in the mountain river geographical map was different from the way of heaven outside. In order to ensure fairness, one could not stay after crossing the tribulation. Before the heavenly tribulation formed the spatial barrier, people like Lin Zhenyuan, Madame Bai, Zhou Xianying, and the others who had passed the tribulation could still stay in the spiritual world of the mountain river geographical map. But once the spatial barrier formed, they could only stay in the immortal world. Fortunately, even if they ascended, they would still be in the mountain river geographical map. The only problem was that the immortal world of the mountain river geographical map was still just an array map, and there was no real space. However, this was not a big problem for the third primordial spirit and Gong Sunling. They just needed to send a part of the refined cave abode to the immortal world of the mountain river geographical map. Moreover, there was a ready-made cave abode in the immortal world. Madame Bai's tomb could be used as the immortal world of the mountain river geographical map. People were in different layers in the mountain river geographical map, but as long as they came out, they would still stay in the real spiritual world. This was not a problem for everyone. As for how to stay in the spiritual world after crossing the heaven immortal tribulation in the mountain river geographical map, it was not a big problem. Not to mention the current state of Madame Bai, Lin Jingyuan, and Zhou Xianying, there were many masters from the major sect and the Zhao family in the mortal world. As long as it was arranged in advance, everything was very simple. The tomb had long been in the mountain river geographical map, but Gong Sunling and the third primordial spirit had not touched it. There was no difficulty in starting to refine it now. The cave abode began to merge with the surrounding space in front of everyone's eyes, and there was no distinction between them. In a few days, the tomb was refined to the core part of the heavens tribulation. In addition to those who had experienced it last time, others such as the old tree demon Hou Yun and the apprentices of Yang Qin, plus Long Quang, had already occupied a good position according to the arrangement of Yang Qin and Gong Sunling, quietly waiting for the baptism of the powerful heavens tribulation. Of course, this kind of good thing could not be forgotten to the core high-level members of the Chunyang Palace. The palace master and several elders, as well as the loyal masters who were responsible for protecting them, also secretly entered the mountain river geographical map. Even the Earth Dragon was no exception. He was now just a quasi-great, principal golden immortal in the state of not facing the tribulation. Although there was no golden immortal tribulation in the tomb to make him directly become a great principal golden immortal, there was a Xian immortal tribulation, which could at least make him a real golden immortal master. Of course, the more people enjoyed it, the better it was. Those loyal disciples of the Chunyang Palace basically had to be taken care of. However, they did not enter the mountain river geographical map, but relied on the Earth Dragon to indirectly feel the heavens tribulation. including the new disciples of the mysterious heaven sect who joined the Chunying Palace. They could also enjoy this benefit. However, they also passed through the Earth Dragon, and it was not in the real core cave abode, but in one of the caves in the belly of the Earth Dragon. These original disciples of the mysterious heaven sect were in a low mood at this moment, letting them enjoy such powerful benefits in the quasi-core cave abode of the sect could also make them have a lot more confidence in the Chunying Palace. The disciples of the Chunying Palace were experiencing the heavens tribulation, and the Earth Dragon was the key. Not only did he have to control the heavens tribulation, but he also had to take care of the disciples in the cave abode in his belly, so that there would be no major damage. Before this, Yang Chen had warned those relatives and friends who had not experienced the last experience not to worry about anything they saw, as long as they did their best. When they really couldn't hold on, they should send out a certain kind of specific information and play a specific magic art. They should not force themselves. As long as this magic art was found, the third primordial spirit would transfer the heavens tribulation that fell on their heads to other places, so that it would not hurt them. For fear that some of them, like Ho Yun or Mu Bo, would be stubborn and insist, Yang Chen warned them very seriously that they should do what they could and not force themselves. Of course, it did not mean that there was no way to continue to get benefits if they couldn't hold on. Yang Chen asked everyone to prepare in advance the magic weapons that needed to be sacrificially refined for a long time. There was nothing more effective than sacrificially refining magic weapons in the heavens tribulation. Similarly, the disciples who entered the core cave abode of the Chunying Palace were also warned. Although almost all the disciples were baffled, everyone still followed the instructions given by their superiors and made all the necessary preparations, based on their trust in the sect. Chapter 23-22. The tomb had finally been refined to the huge wasteland that Yang Chen and the others had to rely on the super-large cave residents to pass through. As expected, heaven's retribution began to descend. Just like the last time, except for those permitted by Yang Chen, all the practitioners in the spiritual world of the Mountain River geographical map fell into a coma. Under everyone's gaze, heaven's retribution began to fall like raindrops. Those who had not seen what it looked like last time had never experienced such a violent scene. As soon as heaven's retribution came, everyone was shocked. They had seen hundreds of heaven's retribution falling and heaven's retribution covering hundreds of miles. But who had really experienced the overwhelming scene of heaven's retribution? It was densely surrounded, almost denser than the air. Was that heaven's retribution? There was no doubt that this was the real heaven's retribution, a genuine heaven's retribution. After the surprise, everyone no longer dared to take it lightly. They immediately tried their best to bear the baptism of heaven's retribution. According to each person's cultivation, heaven's retribution chose the appropriate degree to descend. Soon, everyone fell into their own cultivation with the help of heaven's retribution. It could be said that from the beginning of the heaven's retribution, all the disciples of Chunying Palace felt the benefits. Even the lowest level human immortal disciple would have a corresponding weakened heaven's retribution. Even if it could not be compared with the power of the real heaven's retribution, they could feel the power of the human immortal retribution at the human immortal stage. It would only be helpful for their future cultivation. As for those who had surpassed the fairy immortal stage, the benefits they received were even greater. Originally, they had withstood the earthly immortal retribution to baptize their bodies many times. It was a good way to quickly improve their cultivation. Not to mention anything else, just the constant tempering of their bodies by heaven's retribution had benefited all the disciples a lot. However, the disciples of Chunying Palace could only enjoy this. There would be no heaven's retribution beyond the earthly immortal retribution, only the earthly immortal retribution. However, there was no upper limit to the number of earthly immortal retribution. As long as you could bear it, and your magic treasure could bear it, it would always fall on your head. almost all the disciples of Chunying Palace were wondering how heaven's retribution was achieved. Unfortunately, at this time, no one could give them an answer, and their questions were only in their hearts. They would never give up such a great opportunity to train and run to the bottom of the matter. Only fools would do that. Yang Qin had once told everyone in advance that the heavenly tribulation was not a tribulation. Instead, it was a form of examination in the process of cultivation. At the same time, it was also a path to a higher level of cultivation. In the past, no one understood what Yang Qin meant. Only now did they truly understand that it was true. However, perhaps only an expert like Yang Qin, who did not play by the rules, could provide such an opportunity for everyone, right? The major sect had dominated the spiritual realm for a long time, but they had never heard of anyone being able to do this. The Xiantian sect was big and strong enough, but in the end, they could only cultivate honestly. For a moment, those disciples who had just joined Chunying Palace from Xiantian sect became more and more assured. This move alone was enough to make them completely loyal to Chunying Palace. The celestial immortal tribulation and Xian immortal tribulation could only be enjoyed by this group of cultivators in the mountain river geographical map. They were all relatives and friends that Yang Qin felt close enough to. They also received the heavens' retribution according to their respective cultivation. For example, the disciples of Yang Qin were only in the earth immortal realm. They had just gotten the Tianyuan pill and had not yet reached the level where they could receive a higher level of heaven's retribution. Most of them, like the old tree demon Hou Yun and the palace master, were already at the early stage of fairy immortal and could enjoy the earth immortal tribulation. Lin Zhengyuan, Zhou Xianying, and Madame Bai were already directly bathed in the Xian immortal tribulation. They had experienced it once last time, so they were familiar with it. Without Yang Chen's reminder, they enjoyed it separately. Yang Chen and the other women began to seriously face the celestial immortal tribulation. After passing the celestial immortal tribulation, they would be real Xian immortals, not just fake Xian immortals like they were now. There were no tribulation clouds in the sky at all because of the dense heavens retribution. There was no place for the tribulation clouds at all. With the lowest cultivation level of Yang Chen's family at the middle stage of Xian immortal, it was easy to pass the celestial immortal tribulation. Rumbling celestial immortal tribulations kept bombarding them, tempering their bodies and making them even stronger. Before everyone had time to enjoy the feeling of improving the quality of spiritual power after becoming a real Xian immortal, the dense heavens retribution had surrounded everyone again. Everyone knew very well that every time they took a heavens retribution, no matter the degree, there would be a small corresponding space barrier formed. When all the space barriers were completed, the process of refining the heavens retribution tomb would stop, so everyone was doing their best to bear it. Their bodies had been tempered several times by the heavens retribution and were almost close to the limit, but the number of heavens retribution in the sky did not decrease at all. When their bodies could not bear any more, they did not try to be brave, but took out their own natal magic weapons and began to refine them. At this point, almost everyone's choice was the same. After refining their bodies, they would refine their natal magic weapons. A suitable heavens retribution was more effective than a month of dedicated refining. It was just that if they continued to refine their natal magic weapons, they would soon reach their limit. At this time, the level of their cultivation and the quality of their natal magic weapons could be seen. An ordinary worldly immortal disciple of Chunying Palace could at most take less than 10 weakened versions of the worldly immortal tribulation. An earthly immortal disciple could withstand hundreds to thousands of heaven's retribution. Of course, there were abnormal ones like Yang Chen's disciples who could withstand thousands of heaven's retribution. However, such evildoers were not common. The above number was the limit that a cultivator's body and natal magic weapons could withstand. The number of earthly immortal tribulations they had to withstand was also at this level. As for ordinary Xian immortal experts, it was 10 times more. The millions of cultivators in Chunying Palace added up, should have endured billions of heaven's retribution. However, compared with the heaven's retribution that was still densely packed in the sky, it was not even a drop in the bucket. In fact, at this level, it had only been a mere 20 hours, and ordinary cultivators had already reached their limit. The only ones who could really hold on were Yang Chen's family, Lin Jingyuan, Madame Bai, and the Dragon Clan. However, even Yang Chen's family, except for Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying, all the girls had begun to refine their natal magic weapons. The endurance of their bodies had also reached the limit. In the Xian Immortal realm, only Yang Chen could really rely on his body to hold on until now. His strong body had not yet used the power of the Golden Bell, but it had already made the Dragon Clan look inferior. Chapter 23:23. What fell on Yang Chen was not the celestial immortal tribulation that he should have endured. After passing the celestial immortal tribulation, Yang Chen had asked his third primordial spirit to replace it with the Xian immortal tribulation. Yang Chen was too abnormal. He had already practiced the golden body secret technique that was integrated with the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to the advanced level. Now that he had entered the first level of Kwa Yi's secret technique, the strength of his body were not worse than some real almighty immortals. Yang Chen was only at the beginning of the first level of Kwa Yi's secret technique. According to the normal method, it would take at least tens of thousands of years to reach this level. Although Kwa Yi's status in the heavenly court was extraordinary, it was exchanged with hundreds of thousands of years of hard work. But if the masters of Kwa Yi's family saw that Yang Chen could now cultivate with the help of countless heaven tribulations, they would be so jealous that their eyeballs would pop out. Every Xian immortal tribulation that fell on Yang Chen was equivalent to helping Yang Chen cultivate a little more Kwa Yi's secret technique. At the same time, it also allowed the universe treasure cultivation technique to temper his body a little more. Although the increase each time was not very much, and could even be said to be so subtle that it was almost undetectable, the amount was huge. The way ants moved could empty a mountain, and the way of nibbling could refine the devil realm. Everything was the same. There was no need to worry about the small change each time. As long as the number of times was enough, the effect could be guaranteed. This was the case for Yang Chen now. The power of the Xian immortal tribulation was no longer enough to destroy his body. In other words, there was no limit for Yang Chen to resist the power of the Xian immortal tribulation with his body alone. Of course, this was the normal Xian immortal tribulation. If it was restored to the Xian immortal tribulation in the tomb that was 10 times stronger, perhaps Yang Chen would have to rely on his own spiritual power. Yang Chen had a lot to refine. In addition to his physical body, there was also the immortal beheading saber, the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword, and the fusion of the golden bell. If it were not for the urgency of time, Yang Chen would even want to rely on heaven's tribulation to refine the things in the entrance of the immortal beheading platform and the corpse dump. Just the immortal beheading platform alone was enough for Yang Chen to withstand all the heavenly tribulations. It was impossible for the Zhao family to give Yang Chen that much time. So Yang Chen could only try his best to refine all sorts of things and absorb as much power as possible from the heavenly tribulation to form a spatial barrier as soon as possible. Another 3 days passed. Basically, with the exception of Yang Chen, there were no other cultivators who could resist the heavenly tribulation with their bodies. At this time, everyone had shifted the focus of their tempering to their natal magic treasures. Only Yang Chen was still persisting. The disciples of the Chunyang Palace could no longer feel the heavenly tribulation. They had already reached their limit. They were each in seclusion to comprehend what they had gained in the past few hours. These few hours were definitely comparable to their years, or even decades of hard work. Looking at only Yang Chen, who was still resisting the heavenly tribulation with his body, Madame Bai was also very envious and muttered, "So what if you practice well? Aren't you still working hard for others after going up?" After so many years of getting along, everyone had already gone from familiar to close. hearing Madame Bai's words, there was a burst of laughter mixed with the roar of the heavenly tribulation. It was very tacit. Madame Bai's words were not unreasonable. Generally, cultivators would only begin to practice the yellow turban strongman body refining technique in the immortal world. Basically, the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was to do odd jobs for the heavenly court. However, everyone knew that Madame Bai was just envious and jealous of Yang Chen's cultivation base. At this realm, he was able to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to this realm. Even if he ascended now, he would not be wronged in the heavenly court. However, when Yang Chen took out the yellow turban strongman body refining technique for everyone to practice, the women all avoided it. No one wanted to practice themselves into that kind of appearance. Everyone was sacrificially refining. Only Gong Sunling was the most special. Everyone was sacrificially refining their natal magic treasures. But Gong Sunling's natal magic treasure was the Mountain River geographical map. She didn't need to do anything. Everything was enhancing the power of the Mountain River geographical map. Therefore, Gong Sunling was the most idle. However, she was not really idle. After discussing with Yang Chen, she began to use the entrance of the demon realm as the basis, and with the power of the heavenly tribulation, she began to refine the demon realm. The dragon clan of the Zhao family has obviously refined a lot of the demon realm. If it is simply divided according to the realm, the level of the demon realm is obviously higher than that of the demon realm. Even if Gong Sunling has completely refined the demon realm, but if she really compared with the Dragon Clan Master, she may not be an opponent. Similarly, if two worlds want to compete, it is best to be a world of the same level to be evenly matched. Therefore, refining the demon realm is actually an inevitable thing. Big Brother Li Cheng also mentioned it once when he left, but he suggested that it was best to only refine it near the entrance of the demon realm, and not compete with the Dragon Clan Master head-on, and wait for him to investigate it. Gong Sunling also followed Big Brother Li Cheng's advice and only refined it near the entrance of the demon realm. Although the level of the demon realm is higher than that of the demon realm, with the foundation of refining the demon realm, coupled with such a huge number of heavenly tribulations, the speed of refining the demon realm is not slower than that of the demon realm. That is, the third primordial spirit has not closed the entrance of the demon realm. Otherwise, after the Zhao family enters the demon realm, they will not be able to return. Unless the other party refines the entire demon realm and then competes with the third primordial spirit for the ownership of the entrance of the demon realm. Of course, even if the Zhao family takes back the entrance of the demon realm, with the current situation, as long as Yang Chen is willing, the masters of the Zhao family and those monsters will only appear in the Mountain River geographical map. Unfortunately, this is not in line with the interests of the Zhao family, Yang Chen, and also not in line with the interests of the major sect. The major sect is now relying on solving the big trouble of the Zhao family to reach a new height of reputation. How can they be willing to let the enemy suddenly disappear? Of course, Yang Chen is not willing to rely on his own family to fight against the huge Zhao family. This is the matter of all the cultivators in the spiritual realm. Yang Chen is not noble enough to take the initiative to do things without leaving his name. If Yang Chen really did this, it would not be suspected by the major sects that there was something fishy about it, but it would be feared by the major sects and then wantonly suppressed. There would be no other results. In the beginning, by relying on Yang Chen and others to refine their bodies and life-bonded magic treasures, even if the power of the heaven tribulation was great, after all, the number of people was there, and the speed of consuming the heaven tribulation was not fast. But since Gong Sunling began to refine the demon realm, the speed immediately changed. The land of the demon realm is also integrated into the Mountain River geographical map at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the expansion of the refining area, the amount of heaven tribulation consumed at the same time at each moment is also greatly different. Compared to simply relying on the tempering of the body and magic treasures, the improvement is no less than thousands of times. In the senses of the third primordial spirit and Gong Sunling, the space barrier is forming at an incredible speed. At this speed, it will be completely formed in a few years. Chapter 23-24. They didn't know if the Zhao family would spare time for Yang Chen and Gong Sunling in the next few years. However, since Brother Li Cheng had entered the demon realm, he would definitely find out the changes here as soon as possible. As long as Brother Li Cheng was there, he would definitely be able to buy enough time for them. This was not blind superstition, but absolute confidence left in everyone's minds by the facts that had happened many times before. While Yang Chen was refining the tomb of the heavenly calamity, the major sects in the spiritual realm were not idle. Everyone had learned a lesson from the disbandment of the Xiantian sect. One sect alone could not compete with the Zhao family. If they wanted to defeat the Zhao family, they had to really unite. Whether it was the previous intrigue or fighting for their own interests, they couldn't do it in the current serious situation. Now everyone needed to let go of their former enmity and work together to deal with the outside world. In this regard, Chunyang Palace's performance was very eye-catching. Chunyang Palace had a clear understanding of the strength of their own sect, so they simply stated that everything would be based on the orders of the joint command of the major sect. From now on, Chunyang Palace would focus on staying in the sect to cultivate and wait for the command at any time. In fact, as Chunyang Palace had stated, except for the disciples of the Wanbao Tower, the disciples of Chunyang Palace who were responsible for daily duty in the sect and the branches, including the disciples of the Xiantian sect who joined later, all stayed in their respective mountain gates. They didn't go out of the gate and behaved like well-behaved ladies. The sect of Chunyang Palace, which knew the current situation and played a good leading role, won the unanimous praise of the major sect. Although the sect's joint command had not yet been decided, everyone still spoke highly of Chunyang Palace's performance of taking the overall situation into account. Previously, some senior members of the sect had secretly complained about Chunyang Palace's acceptance of the former disciples of the Xiantian sect. They always felt that such a great benefit was taken by an irrelevant small sect, and they always felt unwilling. Some even rubbed their hands in private, waiting to seize the weakness of Chunyang Palace and then teach them a hard lesson. But the current performance of Chunyang Palace immediately made those selfish guys give up. If they still wanted to find a bone in an egg, there was no need for Chunyang Palace to oppose them. It was estimated that the senior members of the major sect and even their own sect could directly crush them. Of course, Chunyang Palace was not completely indifferent to the outside world. At least, they would try to supply the 7 healing elixir. In addition to Yang Chen's own refining, Mo Chunmei was now able to refine 7th-grade medicinal pills with the power of the profound spirit furnace. Although the efficacy of a single medicinal pill was not necessarily as strong as that of Yang Chen's refining, almost 2 or 3 of them could also achieve the efficacy of Yang Chen's medicinal pill. In the eyes of the major sect, in the battle with the Zhao family, these low-generation disciples of the human immortal and earth immortal level basically had no decisive role. The final decisive battle must be the high-end forces. In Chunyang Palace, it was estimated that only Yang Chen and those Xian immortal masters, who numbered no more than 200, could come out. In this case, Chunyang Palace still cooperated like this, which showed that they were really cooperating. Therefore, all kinds of adverse rumors against Chunyang Palace were swept away in a short time, and no one mentioned it again. The focus of the major sect at the moment was the choice of the joint commander. All the sects wanted to let their own family take more responsibility, and they were fighting for the candidates in a mess. The Zhao family's lair in the original trial site, because of the Zhao family's retreat after destroying the Xiantian sect, had all retreated to the demon realm with the Zhao family's team. The entire spiritual realm and the demon realm were connected by an entrance to the demon realm. The major sect had sent elite troops. In addition to a large number of Xian immortal masters, almost all the golden immortals of the mortal realm were concentrated at the entrance to the demon realm. Fortunately, they were just outside the entrance, and did not find that the inside of the demon realm was being rapidly refined. After a short and fierce quarrel and various compromises, the candidate for the Joint Commander was finally determined. The Green Jade Immortal Island, the female-dominated sect that was the least infiltrated by the Zhao family, had the upper hand, and the current island master became the leader of the Joint Commander. The Taoist, Demon, and Rogue Cultivators Alliance each had a sect master who acted as the contact person for the parties. After the high-level consultation of the parties, dozens of Xian Immortal Masters worked together to refine a kind of communication magic weapon that allowed everyone to communicate instantly across hundreds of thousands of miles. It was distributed to the hands of the high-level members of the sect to facilitate unified command. The power of the major sect was fully gathered, and they shared a common enemy. This kind of communication magic weapon could communicate with each other, but there was also a way to find out some secrets of the other party through the magic weapon of the other party. Without enough trust, they would never agree to use it. This was why it was not successful before. What Sect Master Wu had always wanted to do was done by his descendants in less than 2 years after his death. But everything had nothing to do with the mysterious Heaven sect. Ironically, it was because of the destruction of the mysterious Heaven sect that everyone had a stronger sense of crisis and used this kind of communication magic weapon. Chunyang Palace also got a seat in the Joint Commander because of their well-behaved cooperation. Although they were at the bottom of the list, they only had a limited right to make suggestions and had no right to decide or veto, but at least they had the right to know more than other sects that did not have the opportunity to come in. The latest situation could be learned in the first place. Perhaps the arrangements of the major sects had enough deterrence, or perhaps the Zhao family had really suffered a great loss this time. At least during the period when the Joint Command was established, the Zhao family did not take advantage of the situation to attack, leaving enough time for the other parties. The Joint Commander thought that this was caused by the lack of strength of the Zhao family, but Yang Qin knew very well that there were probably 2 reasons for this. One was that big brother Li Cheng once again successfully delayed the attack of the Zhao family. The other was that the 2 Dragon Clan masters wanted to do something more in refining the demon realm. Guessing some inside information, Yang Qin seized the time to refine the Heaven's retribution and strengthen the strength of his side. At the same time, he did not forget to work with Gong Sunling to refine as much of the demon realm as possible. As long as the refined space reached a certain level, the complete world of the demon realm could be united with the opponent's refining of the demon realm. Finally, in the midst of fear, the formation of the space barrier reached the end. When the last barrier was completely sealed, Yang Chen's family, including all the masters who had passed the Heaven Immortal tribulation, were all driven out of this world by an irresistible force and entered the next world. At this point, the Mountain River geographical map had successfully obtained the Heaven's retribution of the spiritual realm. All the cultivators in the spiritual realm could cultivate normally and improve their realms normally. The quality and power of the Mountain River geographical map had once again been qualitatively improved. Chapter 23-25. The Zhao family was very cooperative and did not play any tricks during this period of time. Maybe they were tied down by brother Li Cheng. Of course, most of their attention should be attracted by the Joint Command. No one would care about a small sect that had just taken over most of the disciples of a strong sect and was still in the integration period. Previously, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were either focused on their own cultivation or the formation of the space barrier. They didn't have the spare energy to pay attention to other things. Now that the dust had settled, they could finally relax and understand what was going on. After being repelled by the space barrier, Yang Chen and the others should be in the 3rd layer of the Mountain River geographical map. The surrounding scenery looked very familiar, at least to Yang Chen's family and Madame Bai. It was obviously the graveyard from before. Nothing much had changed. Of course, there were still some small changes. Madame Bai didn't like the graveyard, so the tombstones and graves related to the graveyard had all disappeared. Only the 2 manors and the huge wasteland connecting them were left. They were currently in the manor where Madame Bai had stayed. The pavilions were still the same, but the wasteland outside was no longer ravaged by the heavenly tribulations. Madame Bai still treated herself as the owner. Perhaps she was used to living here and couldn't get rid of that familiarity. She warmly greeted everyone. The maids were like butterflies, serving everyone tea. It was like a big landlord's home in the mortal world. After quietly enjoying the fragrant tea, Yang Qin felt a wave of exhaustion. From the beginning to the end, he had persevered. Many of the heavenly tribulations made the people who saw him feel creeped out, not to mention the feeling of personally enduring them. The feeling of exhaustion that he had not felt for a long time made Yang Qin fall into a deep sleep in his seat. When he couldn't hide his snoring, everyone looked at Madame Bai in shock. He's been too tense these days. Madame Bai didn't have the slightest self-awareness. She explained nonchalantly, "If he doesn't rest, it won't be a good thing." They were all cultivators at this level, so they had a deep understanding of the need for relaxation during cultivation. Yang Chen's ability to resist the most powerful heavenly tribulation from start to finish was indeed beyond everyone's imagination. Madame Bai had done something to the tea to make Yang Chen sleep. It was for Yang Chen's own good. Even though Yang Chen knew that there was something wrong with Madame Bai's tea, he still drank it without hesitation. His trust in Madame Bai made Madame Bai sigh. After all, Yang Chen was the strongest pill refinement master in the spiritual realm. What kind of medicinal herbs could hide from his senses? I'm afraid a good night's sleep won't be enough. As the cultivator with the highest cultivation base, Lin Jingyuan expressed his opinion in a timely manner. After that, he turned his head to Gao Yu and said, "When he wakes up, take your sisters and let him relax for some time." It was obvious that he was going to command the family's ethics. Even though everyone was already a cultivator and didn't care much about the etiquette of mortals, hearing Lin Jingyuan's almost direct words, Gao Yu and the other women's faces couldn't help but turn red. But that wasn't all. Lin Jingyuan added, "Don't dual cultivate. Just let him relax. Completely relax, understand?" In the end, he seemed to be worried about Gao Yu, a disciple of a prestigious sect. He stared at Lady Fenghua and the 30 concubines and said, "Use all your skills. Any technique will do. Don't cultivate. Just let him relax." Although the girls knew that Yang Chen needed to relax, they didn't expect Lin Jingyuan to take it so seriously. He even disregarded his status as a golden immortal and made such a shameful request. They nodded subconsciously, but looked at Lin Jingyuan in confusion, as if waiting for his explanation. It's a heavenly tribulation after all. Lin Jingyuan didn't say anything. Madame Bai said from the main seat, "Don't be fooled by his vigor now. In fact, he's exhausted. There are many advantages, but there are also many disadvantages. We have to let him relax completely. If it's not necessary, it's better not to let him do anything in the next 1 or 2 years." Only then did everyone realize the seriousness of the problem. This was the guidance of an infinite tribulation true immortal, not some half-baked nonsense. They immediately became nervous. "Don't worry. He'll be fine after this period." Madame Bai smiled and said, "After all, it's a heavenly tribulation. He endured it, so he'll get the corresponding benefits. After all, it was a heavenly tribulation 2 times in a row, but they expressed different meanings." So the girls slowly relaxed. In the past, except for Gong Sunling, none of the women persisted in the tribulation. Not to mention the girls. Even Lin Jingyuan and Madame Bai didn't make it to the end. At most, they gave up after half of the time that Yang Chen had. Although Gong Sunling also persisted until the end, she was the owner of the geographical map of mountains and rivers. Later, she persisted in refining the demon realm. At most, she just transferred the power of the heavenly tribulation to refining the demon realm. It didn't sharpen her body very much. Only Yang Chen survived until the end with the help of the golden body incantation. At the same time, he was also refining the immortal chopping saber, the great yin-yang five elements flying sword, and the golden bell. Later, he even participated in refining the Immortal chopping platform. He was already on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for the timely formation of the space rampart, Yang Chen might have given up. Yang Chen slept for 2 months. They were no longer in the geographical map of mountains and rivers. Instead, they returned to the Dragon Palace, which was more comfortable. The disciples of Chunyang Palace had gained a lot this time. Almost all the disciples of the sect took turns to do closed-door training. The worst human immortal disciple had received a weekend, heavenly tribulation experience. In the future, when they crossed the tribulation, they would have a better understanding and a higher success rate. After this time, the original disciples of Xiantian sect had a sense of belonging to Chunyang Palace. They stayed in the sect to cultivate and strictly followed the instructions of the senior members of the sect. Soon, the sect had a new atmosphere. By refining the heavenly tribulation this time, Dilong not only successfully promoted to a real golden immortal, but also took the opportunity to refine the tens of thousands of Xian immortal monsters that he had swallowed when he followed Brother Li Cheng. At the same time, he also refined a lot of the yellow spring collected in the Valley of No Return. His cultivation went straight to the middle stage of Almighty Immortal. The only pity was that such a huge, heavenly tribulation did not improve Dilong's mind much. He still maintained the original muddle-headed state. However, it was also because of this that Dilong had no ambition at all. He still settled down to be the senior guardian of Chunyang Palace. The core mountain gate of Chunyang Palace could almost be said to be completely safe and sound. As long as the Zhao family was eliminated, no master could break through it. Chapter 23-26. Yang Chen finally woke up from his sleep. After getting the tea that Madame Bai had prepared for him, Yang Chen noticed that there was medicine in it to make him sleep better. However, Yang Chen didn't think much about it and drank it directly. After experiencing the heavenly tribulation for such a long time, he really needed to have a good sleep. "Husband, you're awake." As soon as he opened his eyes, Yang Chen heard Gao Yu's surprised voice. Yang Chen only had time to smile. Before he could answer, Gao Yu had already kissed him with her cherry lips. Gao Yu seemed to be very enthusiastic. With a few hot kisses, she successfully aroused Yang Chen's desire. It just so happened that Yang Chen also felt that there seemed to be a very strong energy in his body that needed to be vented. He immediately hugged Gao Yu's already half-naked body and kissed her back. "Husband, I want it." Gao Yu knew that there might be a problem with Yang Chen's body. How could she still care about her face as a woman? She was the first to take the initiative to ask Yang Chen to have sex with her. She even shamelessly asked not to dual cultivate and just wanted to live a normal married life. Of course, Yang Chen would satisfy the request of the person he loved the most. After a round of sex, Gao Yu was completely sent to the peak. Just as she was about to faint, Gong Sunling immediately began to take over. The evil fire in Yang Chen's body had not been vented at all. After Gong Sunling took over, she was also very enthusiastic. However, compared to Yang Chen's combat power, Gong Sunling was still not enough. In Yang Chen's high desire, his wives and concubines took turns to go into battle, and Yang Chen carried out a thorough and pure husband and wife relationship without any taste of cultivation. All the women experienced the purest peak without any taste of cultivation. However, Yang Chen was still like a tireless old bull, still working hard. In the end, he still had to rely on Lady Fanghua and the 30 concubines who cultivated the 1,000-color spell. They used all their skills, and finally, in the second round, they let their husband vent his anger. However, this was not the end. Yang Chen did not stop there. Although part of the nefarious fire in his body had been released, it was still uncomfortable to hold it in. Not long after, the women had no choice but to accompany their prime minister to start another round of shamelessness. It was not known how long it took for Yang Chen to completely calm down. Under the effect of a large glass of 4C's mysterious coral liquid, he fell asleep peacefully. At this moment, Yang Chen's face was calm from the bottom of his heart. Seeing the scene, the girls finally felt relieved. They looked at each other and saw that all of them were naked. Sun Qingxue, who had a tender face, shouted and quickly put on her clothes and disappeared. Gao Yu and others were not willing to lag behind. They tidied up their clothes and returned to their rooms. Only the bold and unrestrained Lady Fanghua and the 30 concubines did not care about their delicate bodies being exposed. They carefully helped their husband to scrub his body and sent him to the most comfortable bed. Then they slowly tidied themselves up. This time, Yang Qin slept for almost a month before he really woke up. When he woke up this time, Yang Chen had already noticed the changes in his body. Everything in the world, in his eyes, seemed to be more and more clear, and the levels were more and more abundant. It seemed that he had a different view of the spiritual world. When a real Xian immortal sees the spiritual world, there is naturally such a difference. In the past, Yang Qin only had the memory of the Xian immortal's experience in the immortal world, but he never felt that it was such a taste to stay in the spiritual world after the tribulation. It was a feeling that he could destroy the world with just a wave of his hand. It was completely different from before he had transcended the tribulation. It was no wonder that Zhou Shenlin became like that after he descended to the lower realm. The two pure combat cultivators with insufficient mental state had never tasted the taste of power. Once stained, they would be tempted by this feeling and become inner demons. Not only Zhou Sheng and Lin Zongxuan, but even the golden immortals from the lower world of other sect had big and small problems. It was just that they were suppressed by Zhou Sheng and did not dare to express it too much. From this point of view, Zhou Sheng still played a positive role. After a little inspection of his body, the feeling of the golden body incantation almost reaching the small completion made Yang Qin ecstatic. The golden body incantation was completely refined by the heavenly tribulation from the beginning to the end, plus the refining of the physical body after the tribulation. The spiritual power that the current body can contain is almost 100 times more than before. Kwa Yi's secret method directly completed the first realm and began to cultivate the second realm. Even Yang Qin felt that as long as he gently flicked his finger, ordinary fairy immortals would probably be sent flying by him. His muscles were already extremely strong, plus the bones that had been refined by the heavenly tribulation. The power that burst out was enough to make Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals concede defeat. It was just that the strength had increased by 100 times, but the figure did not change much. On the contrary, it was more well-proportioned, no longer as strong as before. Yang Qin also knew very well how many crazy heavenly tribulations it took to complete the first realm of the Kwa Yi's secret method, which seemed simple but was as difficult as ascending to heaven. This kind of opportunity would probably not appear again in the future. Even if his cultivation improved and experienced the Xian Immortal Tribulation and Golden Immortal Tribulation, it would be impossible to cultivate the Kwa Yi's secret method to the second realm. That was a realm that could only be reached after thousands of years of hard cultivation day and night, unless Yang Qin could find the same opportunity in the immortal world, with the help of countless heavenly tribulations. Ordinary power could no longer provide much help to Yang Chen's golden body incantation. After all, it was the unique power that only the heavenly tribulation could have. With a thought, the physical body of the golden bell appeared on his body. At this time, it seemed that the golden bell did not change much, but it made Yang Qin feel that he and the golden bell were inseparable and had merged into one. But when he looked carefully, Yang Qin found that the golden bell still had great changes. Not to mention anything else. Just the 8 dragon clan phantoms that originally hovered over Yang Chen's body had now completely become solid. As long as Yang Chen was willing, the 8 golden dragons could appear on his body at any time and anywhere. Usually, when Yang Chen was unwilling, the 8 golden dragons would become 8 lifelike tattoos, distributed all over Yang Chen's body. With the well-proportioned body that had cultivated the Kwa Yi's secret method, one would feel that it was domineering at first glance. In the past, when it was still a phantom, it could already help Yang Qin resist the attack of the Xian immortal level. Now that it had become a solid body, how strong the defensive ability would be, Yang Chen could know without thinking about it. It must be hundreds of times better. The immortal beheading saber quickly appeared in his hand, together with Xiao Tian. However, when Yang Qin saw Xiao Tian, he was also shocked by Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, this guy, was actually already at the golden immortal level, which was a realm higher than Yang Qin. Chapter 23-27. Yang Qin could swear that Xiao Tian's advancement was absolutely sneaky. In Yang Chen's impression, Xiao Tian never appeared in front of everyone seriously, and then accepted the sacrificial refining of the heavenly tribulation. Although Xiao Tian had accepted the second Tianyuan Dan, even so, the Tianyuan Dan could not make him become a golden immortal. In addition to accepting the tempering of the Xian immortal tribulation and the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, Yang Qin couldn't think of any other opportunity for Xiao Tian, who had been by his side, to come into contact with the immortal tribulation. The problem was that this guy was promoted quietly, which made Yang Qin, the master, feel very embarrassed. After cultivating for so long, in the end, he was not as fast as a guy who knew how to devour the aura of the magic weapon every day. What was this? According to reason, Xiao Tian belonged to Yazi, and his combat effectiveness was also very considerable. Although it was not comparable to the pure dragon race, it was not much worse than those genius-level evildoers. It was just that since Yang Chen got Xiao Tian, he had never seen this guy take the initiative to fight. Every time he appeared with Yang Chen's auxiliary means and never faced the enemy head-on. After passing this information to Xiao Tian in his mind, Xiao Tian soon lazily sent back a message that made Yang Chen not know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't it enough to kill people with you? Why should I do this? Besides, I am only responsible for the power of the magic weapon. Isn't it good? It was obviously the thinking of a lazy man, but this guy was still a Yazi. But on the other hand, if Yang Chen really indulged Xiao Tian and let him fight as he pleased, he was afraid that some scenes would be really difficult to control. No one knew better than Yang Chen how terrible a Yazi was when he was really angry, so when he could not let Xiao Tian fight, he would try not to let him fight. Now it was good to just absorb the aura of various magic weapons and live a peaceful life. Xiao Tian seemed to be very satisfied with such a life. In this case, there was no need to make any changes. The immortal beheading blade and the immortal beheading stage had changed, but there was no special reflection. Even if it was a tribulation of that level, it only refined a small part of the entrance of the immortal beheading stage and the mouth of the corpse. In the spiritual realm, no matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, it was just a piece of cake for the immortal slaying platform. Before refining the heavenly tribulation, the immortal executioner platform once again played an extremely important medium. The original door of the immortal executioner platform directly brought the spiritual power of the immortal world into the mountain river geographical map. Otherwise, the mountain river geographical map would have long been the same as the last time. Yang Chen had already transcended the Xian immortal tribulation. Under normal circumstances, he was a true golden immortal who had transcended the tribulation. However, Yang Chen's situation was slightly special. His true cultivation realm was only at the intermediate stage of the mysterious immortal realm, and it hadn't reached the standard of the golden immortal realm. Perhaps there had never been a freak like him in this world. Even Yang Chen himself did not know what level of cultivator he was. Of course, apart from those close to him, no one else knew about this. Even if someone told others about it, not many people would believe it. How could such an unimaginable situation appear? Everyone had their own gains. In just a few years, with the help of the refinement of the heavenly tribulation, and even a part of the heavenly essence pill's medicinal power was stimulated, everyone's cultivation rose rapidly. Zhou Xianying had officially become a golden immortal who had transcended the tribulation. After her strength surpassed the golden immortal realm, she had transcended the Xian immortal tribulation. She was still the one with the highest cultivation among Yang Chen's wives and concubines. The other women had also improved, but the highest cultivation was only Gong Sunling, who was at the peak of the Xian Immortal Realm. The others were almost at the late stage of the Xian Immortal Realm. Of course, they were all true Xian Immortal experts. It wasn't that Gong Sunling couldn't improve, but she didn't want to improve so quickly. Relying on the Mountain River geographical map and the complete two worlds, Gong Sunling could directly catch up with Zhou Xianying. However, it was still not advisable to improve too quickly, even with the help of the Heavenly Essence pill. It was better to suppress it and stabilize it. The Murong sisters' new puppet, Elder Zheng's life treasure, also had many changes. After absorbing enough Xian Immortal Tribulation, the middle stage Golden Immortal puppet advanced to the late stage Golden Immortal. At that time, it would definitely surprise the enemy in battle. Comparatively speaking, the dragon race had the greatest improvements. Be it Ao Lan, Long Quang, or Ao Lai, they had all successfully transcended the Xian Immortal Tribulation and became true Golden Immortals. Just this point boosted Ao Lan's confidence. Even if he ran into the two dragon race experts of the Zhao clan, he wouldn't dare to say that he had absolute victory. At the very least, he could maintain an invincible golden body. Long Quang's cultivation was originally rather high, but this heavenly tribulation had saved him at least a few hundred years of familiarization and assimilation. Although he hadn't reached the stage where his spirit and body became one, he would be able to truly control his current physical body in a few hundred years at most. On the other hand, Ao Lai had been following the rules and cultivating steadily. Using the Heavenly Essence pill's medicinal power, he steadily reached the Golden Immortal Realm. Only Lin Jingyuan and Madame Bai didn't have any obvious changes. Lin Jingyuan was a true Golden Immortal. Even with the help of the Heavenly Essence pill and the tempering of countless heavenly tribulations, he only rose by a small realm. At his level, if he wanted to raise his cultivation by a large margin, it wasn't something that could be done in a few years. As for Madame Bai and the rest, it was all because of Ancestor Lu's seal. No matter how much heavenly tribulations they absorbed, they still maintained the Xian Immortal Realm under the seal. Just from this point, one could see how strong Ancestor Lu's seal was. It was not something that an ordinary person could do without loosening under the baptism of that level of heavenly tribulation. Ancestor Lu had probably already considered all this back then, so he sealed the Xian Immortal Tribulation in the Heavenly Tribulation Tomb. Ancestor Lu's strength could be seen from the seal, but the Heavenly Tribulation Tomb was even more impressive. Just being able to seal the Heavenly Tribulation in a spatial magic treasure was not something that an ordinary cultivator could imagine. From this point of view, Yang Chen's ability to absorb some of the Heavenly Tribulation's aura to refine the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill was nothing compared to Ancestor Lu. Of course, Yang Chen wasn't arrogant enough to compare himself with Ancestor Lu. But when he thought of this, Yang Chen also thought of the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. Now that he had enough Heavenly Tribulation aura, it seemed like he could refine some 7 emotions and 6 desires pills in the spiritual realm. Since he was in the spiritual realm, the Heavenly Tribulation aura was naturally the worldly immortal tribulation, earthly immortal tribulation, and heavenly immortal tribulation. The pill was not the heavenly tribulation of the mortal world, so it was the spiritual realm's version of the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. Presumably, many people would like this pill that had the same name as the mortal world. Chapter 23-28. This refining of the heavenly tribulation. It seemed that everyone had gained enough benefits, but Yang Chen was also very clear that because he had persisted from the beginning to the end, under the power of the heavenly tribulation for a long time, there were still some hidden dangers. When exploring himself, Yang Chen found a problem. That was, his body seemed to have experienced a little damage after such a long time of the fierce tempering of the heavenly tribulation. After all, it was still a human body. Even if the cultivation of the golden body secret art was strong, it could not change this essence. The mental exhaustion had almost recovered after Madame Bai let him sleep and then wantonly have fun with the women. But these small injuries to the flesh body were not so simple. Yang Qin originally wanted to rely on the medicinal power of the 8th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill to forcibly recover. But Yang Qin soon discovered that his body had changed a little after the integration of the Golden Bell. The flesh body had been integrated with the Golden Bell, and the damage to the flesh body would inevitably affect the Golden Bell. Those small wounds that were extremely small in the body could be solved by the power of the medicinal pill, but the small damage on the Golden Bell could not be made up by the power of the medicinal pill. The most important thing was that this kind of small wound could not be found by Yang Chen's own spiritual awareness. After all, it was impossible for his own spiritual awareness to fully explore the inside of his body. At this time, the inner sensing pill that Yang Qin had used to temper his body in the mortal world once again entered the sight of Yang Qin. The 5th grade inner sensing pill was already the limit of pain that a cultivator could bear. Even if Yang Qin could refine the 7th grade or even the 8th grade inner sensing pill, the kind of medicinal pill that magnified his senses by hundreds of millions of times, even Yang Qin did not dare to try it easily. Not to mention anything else. Just the slightest breathing and heartbeat sound was enough to make him faint under the power of the 8th grade inner sensing pill. Even if the cultivator was strong, there was no way to overcome these. If he wanted to repair these extremely small damages, it was necessary to accurately locate the location of these damages. The universe treasure-raising secret art was strong, but it also had to have a target. Therefore, improving the inner sensing pill has become Yang Chen's top priority now. Given Yang Chen's current state, it wouldn't matter even if he went out to fight at any time. However, an injury was an injury after all. It would always be a hidden danger if he kept it. Several reclusive elders who were in charge of the Sutrist depository of Chunying Palace were surprised to see their young palace master appear at the door of the sect's Sutrist depository. The current Sutra depository of Chunying Palace was no longer the simple Sutra depository of Chunying Palace. After inheriting the Sutra depository of Xiantian sect, it could almost be said to be the largest sutra depository with the most books in the spiritual realm. The elders in charge of the Sutrist depository were still the few reclusive elders who were in charge of the Sutrist depository of the Xiantian sect. Under the arrangement of Sect Master Li, they became loyal disciples of the Chunying Palace. During this heavenly tribulation feast, they were able to enjoy a large number of earthly immortal tribulations. The palace master of the Chunying Palace was very respectful to the newly joined elders, and at the same time he trusted them very much. The Sutra depository of the sect was an important place related to the inheritance of the sect. In addition to letting the former Elder Gung manage it in name, the manpower used was still the hands of the old people of the Xiantian sect. In addition to the Sutra depository, there was another place, which was the secret pavilion of the sect. After the merger of the secret pavilion of the Xiantian sect and the Chunying Palace, it was also under the responsibility of several Xian immortal elders of the Xiantian sect. Even the Tiangang elders, the palace master, did not guard against them and directly brought them to his side. Their duties were exactly the same as in the Xiantian sect, responsible for the safety of the sect master. This kind of behavior that did not hide and even put their own safety directly under the control of the other party was obviously much stronger than a few words of trust. These 2 points alone were enough to make the Xian immortal masters of the Xiantian sect submit. Now, whether it was the Sutra depository of the sect or the secret pavilion, they were all in the belly of the earth dragon, the safest place. On the surface, in the mountain gate, at most, some ordinary things were placed. The real core, good things were all here. Only after becoming a core disciple of the Chunying Palace could they have the opportunity to come here to exchange for the corresponding things according to their own contribution to the sect. Of course, Yang Chen did not have this problem. With his status and contribution to the sect, even if he exchanged all the things, no one would say anything. But even so, when Yang Chen faced these hidden elders, he was still respectful and meticulously followed the rules. This kind of respect shown in the most subtle places was more comfortable than all verbal expressions. At least these new elders of the Sutra Depository all let Yang Chen in with a satisfied smile, and there was even an elder accompanying him. After all, most of them were the treasures of the Xiantian sect. Yang Chen couldn't find anything good even if he wanted to, so he had to rely on these old people. The Sutra Depository of the Xiantian sect was definitely several levels higher than the one in the Chunying Palace back then. In terms of security level alone, it was not known how far ahead the Sutra Depository of the Chunying Palace was. When Yang Chen looked at the portal in front of him that was flashing with blue light like a vertical lake, even if he was also considered a rich person, he could not help but marvel at the generosity of the Xiantian sect. This kind of formation was clearly a space ceiling formation that even the Big Dipper elders would have a headache with. Not to mention other things, just in terms of safety, even if a few golden immortals came, they would not be able to do anything about this formation in a short period of time. The Xiantian sect was able to protect the core mountain gate from the Zhao family's dragon trap formation because of the power of these core mountain guarding formations. Of course, these formations were not without their flaws. The biggest problem was that the area they covered was too small. They only covered a radius of a mere 50 kilometers. 100 miles was not enough to protect all the disciples of the Xiantian sect, but it was enough for the Sutra Depository. This formation alone was enough to see the foundation of the Xiantian sect. It was not something that a nouveau riche like the Chunying Palace could compare with. If it were not for their good luck this time, even if the Chunying Palace developed for hundreds of thousands of years, it might not have the style of the Xiantian sect. Following the elder into the portal, it was like walking through a mirror. Even though Yang Chen had experience in the immortal world, he had never been to the core center of a sect of this level. Now he felt that it was a bit of an eye-opener. Yang Chen's performance made the elder, who led the way, very satisfied. Yang Chen's attitude was good, and he gave them a lot of face. However, the eye-opening look that he showed at this time really made them feel a sense of accomplishment. When he really saw the scale of the inside of the Sutra Depository, even Yang Chen could not help but widen his eyes. He looked speechlessly at the endless shelves and the neatly arranged jade slips on them. For a moment he could not say anything. What was the foundation of a big sect? This was it. Chapter 23-29. Young Palace Master, what do you want to find? Yang Chen gave him face, and these new elders also gave him face. Their tone was cordial, and they asked in a businesslike manner, but their expressions gave people a feeling of intimacy and familiarity, which was very comfortable. It was obvious that these elders were also proficient in this field. Not long ago, they enjoyed a big meal of the heavenly tribulation. Although it was only the earth immortal tribulation, there was an unlimited supply. As long as you could take it, you would be given as much as you could. This kind of benefit was impossible to have even in the Mysterious Heaven sect. This move alone made the original disciples of the Mysterious Heaven sect look at the small sect of Chunying Palace with admiration. Chunying Palace could develop to the present in a short time, and there was indeed a reason for it. The mutual admiration of both sides was a major prerequisite for the integration. If those disciples of the Mysterious Heaven sect only saw that Chunying Palace was in a dilapidated state, they would not have a sense of belonging so easily. It was precisely because of the endless surprises of Chunying Palace that they completely recognized it. This disciple wants to find some of the experiences of the predecessors in alchemy. In front of these veteran guys, Yang Chen did not put on his prestige as the young palace master. He claimed to be a disciple, and his posture was full. Even the intention was clear. This disciple thought of a kind of medicinal pill that can detect the subtle damage caused by cultivation in my body, but there are some side effects, so I need to refer to the previous practices and ideas of the predecessors. Yang Chen's problem was actually not his alone. As long as it was a cultivator with spiritual power flowing in the body, there might be problems like this. So when it came to this, the elder who led the way also became interested. This way, one couldn't fly casually in the scripture's pavilion. If one accidentally pushed down a few shelves, it would be a small disaster. The elder made a gesture of invitation, and then took the lead with Yang-Chin to walk in a direction. What kind of method is it, and what are the side effects? When walking, the elder did not forget to ask. Obviously, he was also very interested in this. This is the 5th grade inner sensing pill. Yang-Chen felt that what he said, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly in a short time, so it was more realistic to go straight to the facts. He directly took out a bottle of the 5th grade inner sensing pill and handed it to the elder. It must be taken in an absolutely quiet and undisturbed formation. It can magnify the senses more than 10,000 times and can explore the situation in the body, but it will also bring great pain. The inner sensing pill was a low-level medicinal pill of the monster race, and it was carried forward in the hands of Yang-Chin. However, even so, in the mortal world, it would at most be used before the nascent soul, and at most 3 transformations. Few cultivators could bear stronger medicinal pills. Even Yang-Chen's wives and concubines, after trying some of the 4th grade inner sensing pills, were never mentioned again. The pain it brought could be imagined. The elder was very interested and took the initiative to reach out and take the elixir that Yang-Chen handed over. It must be known that after Yang-Chen arrived in the spiritual world, only in the first few hundred years would he refine the 5th revolution medicinal pill. Now, it was all the 7th revolution medicinal pills. This inner sensing pill was still only at the 5th revolution. I am afraid that the pain caused by the inner sensing pill mentioned by Yang-Chen must be far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. To profound immortal experts like them, it was also an opportunity to challenge the 5th revolution pill concocted by Yang-Chen. Who didn't know of Grandmaster Yang's authority in alchemy? Perhaps what Yang-Chen said had been discounted. They just didn't know what the real situation was. Everything could only wait until they found the thing with Yang-Chen first. This is it. The two of them walked on the path between the densely packed shelves for almost 4 hours. According to their footsteps, they had already walked for more than 50 miles. Only then did the leading elder point at a green shelf and said, "These are all." Yang-Chen glanced at it. These green shelves were at least tens of miles in radius. There were tens of thousands of jade slips on each shelf. If they were all read, the number would probably exceed hundreds of millions. Were so many things that he wanted to see. Yang-Chen's face couldn't help but show an unbelievable expression of surprise. "These are all." The elder who led the way smiled. What he wanted to see the most was this kind of expression of Yang-Chen. Now he finally got his wish. If other disciples want to see it, they have to find out which one they want to see in the hall at the door according to the rules. After they come up with enough contribution points to the sect, they can take the jade slips to the reading area to study. They must not take it out. The elder said with a smile, however, "You are an exception. You can read whatever you want here. It's not good to break the rules like this, right?" Yang-Chen had a smile on his face, but he asked, "It doesn't matter. If others have the ability to make alchemy, like you, they also have this privilege. This is also the rule of the previous Xiantian sect. It is the same in our Chunyang Palace." The elder replied very casually, "In this old man's opinion, that female alchemist disciple of yours will soon have this qualification." The elder's casual answer had already exposed some of his cognition. He called Chunyang Palace as our Chunyang Palace, but he called Xiantian sect as the previous Xiantian sect. It was clear at a glance that they were close to each other. After Yang-Chen thanked the elder left, leaving Yang-Chen alone in this large collection of books to find the content he was interested in. In the past, when Sect Master Li was still an elder, he gave Yang-Chen a batch of various alchemy experiences left by the past alchemists of Chunyang Palace. However, Sect Master Li was selfish at that time. He chose the good things left by the famous alchemists in history, so there were not many of them. there were only thousands of jade slips. But now what Yang Chen saw was more than hundreds of millions of pieces, all famous and unknown. As long as they had a unique understanding of a certain kind of alchemy, they were qualified to be stored in the Sutras depository. Such a large number of works on alchemy for Yang Chen was simply a big tonic soup. Yang Chen almost used a kind of impatient mood to quickly search for the jade slips from the shelf. Each jade slip concentrated the unique insights of an alchemist in a certain direction. For Yang Chen, this was definitely a good thing to make up for his shortcomings in alchemy, just like the huge amount of medicinal dregs in the medicine nourishing gourd. Even if Yang Chen now had the ability to refine 8th-grade medicinal pills, this kind of predecessor's experience that could broaden his knowledge of alchemy was exactly what he urgently needed. Perhaps some people would focus on the experience left by those well-known alchemists, but Yang Chen was very clear that many unknown alchemists, especially some who seemed to specialize in only 1 or 2 kinds of medicinal pills in their lifetime, would leave the experience in the field they were good at, which was the most attractive. Chapter 2330. After waking up, there was only a slight muffled groan, and then he fainted and then woke up in pain. The elder fainted and woke up in this severe pain, waking up and fainting in the cycle until the medicinal effect of the inner sensing pill was completely gone. Or most cultivators and alchemists thought so. This was why in the immortal world there were still many talented alchemists who could only stop at the 8th grade alchemist master level. However, the elder who led the way took the 5th grade inner sensing pill given by Yang Chen. After discussing with several elders who also protected the scripture's pavilion, they simply arranged a formation to prevent interference. Then one of the elders sat in it and took a 5th grade inner sensing pill. They were all cultivators who didn't understand the benefits of this. The changes in their companions made them understand that the benefits of this medicinal pill were definitely great, but there would also be great suffering. No wonder Yang Chen would find a way to improve it. If this trend continues after Yang Chen refined the 7th grade inner sensing pill, maybe the person who took the pill would be directly killed by the pain before the medicinal effect passed. With Yang Chen's great principal golden immortal spiritual awareness, it was not a time-consuming thing to clearly remember the contents of these jade slips. Basically, as long as the spiritual awareness explored it once, it was equivalent to Yang Chen having read it once and deeply remembered it in his mind. Eagerly absorbing the experience of these predecessors, Yang Chen was almost immersed in it and did not know the passage of time. Others also knew what Yang Chen was doing, and no one came to disturb him. Hundreds of millions of jade slips. If you want to read them one by one, I am afraid that you won't be able to read much in 100 years. Fortunately, all the information was engraved in the jade slips with spiritual awareness. If you want to understand the content, you only need to use your spiritual awareness to explore and read. Compared with reading with your eyes, it was not known how many times faster it was. Yang Chen always felt that this kind of basic and professional knowledge was what the alchemists should focus on. They should not only focus on the refining of some high-grade medicinal pills. Even if they could refine it successfully, they would only be some alchemists, and they would not be able to achieve anything. They really couldn't think of any other cultivator who could withstand such a medicinal power. Of course, they couldn't believe that when they were still in the mortal world, Yang Chen had already used this kind of medicinal pill as a tool to temper himself. There were still medicinal pills given by Yang Chen, but there were few elders who wanted to try it again. Yang Chen was already studying it. They would rather wait for Yang Chen to develop an improved version and then use it. The elder finally struggled to keep his life, at least in the eyes of others. However, after the effects of the medicine had passed, the elder did not immediately undo the formation. Instead, he sat on the spot and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. This went on for several days. When the elder finally opened his eyes, even his companions, who were watching from the outside, could sense the changes in his body without using their divine senses to investigate. But when the elder finally opened his eyes, even the few companions who were watching outside, without special spiritual awareness exploration, found the changes in him. But as soon as he screamed, the consequences brought about by the 5 grades inner sensing pill amplified by 10,000 times was that the elder directly felt that his eardrums were about to be torn. The huge sound rushed directly into his mind, and then he completely fainted. If he could stay in a state of unconsciousness, it would be a kind of happiness. But soon he was awakened by the kind of blood flow in his body, as if there were thousands of knives tearing the blood vessels. Just this torture almost made the Xian Immortal Master lose half of his life, and it also surprised the other companions who were watching outside the formation for a long time. No wonder Yang Qin said that the side effects were very big. This was not a normal side effect. This was fatal. Sect Masterly thought that as long as he gave Yang Qin the experience of the most famous alchemist masters, it would be the best, but he was not an alchemist master, and didn't know how precious the things left by these unknown alchemist masters were. It was a very comfortable performance of whole-body health, as if many impurities in the elder's body had been eliminated, giving people a feeling of incomparable freshness. Although it may not bring much improvement in the realm of cultivation, it brought more potential for the future. Of course, these repetitions and contradictions were not common. The most common was the extreme research on some single medicinal pills, which made Yang Chen happy to the bone. Many of Yang Chen's previous understandings had undergone earth-shaking changes after reading these jade slips. Of course, it was to a more professional and in-depth aspect. This also meant that Yang Chen would learn these experiences and lessons in the future alchemy, and from then on, make his own medicinal pills more outstanding. The 5 grades inner sensing pill was used by Yang Qin to temper the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Without the strong body brought by the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, even a Xian Immortal Master could not withstand the extreme pain caused by the magnification of the senses by 10,000 times. Unknowingly, Yang Qin didn't know that he had made a lot of progress in alchemy. Although he had been reading books so far and had not refined a furnace of medicinal pills. In just a short time of less than half a cup of tea, the elder who had taken the medicine could no longer bear the pain of being cut by 1,000 knives and directly screamed. However, Yang Chen was now immersed in the sea of books and had no time to care about what was happening outside. In the eyes of Yang Chen, the jade slips that recorded the experiences of the predecessors were 100 times more important than the things outside. It was a kind of research result that had been researched to the extreme in a certain direction. For Yang Chen at this stage, it was definitely something that could only be encountered. But such things, in the scriptures pavilion left by the profound heaven sect, there were at least 100,000 of them. When the number was large, it was inevitable that there would be repetition in some aspects, and there would even be diametrically opposed conclusions on some issues. These were not big problems. What Yang Chen wanted was just a reference. The direction of these debates just gave him one more way to solve the problem. The harvest in the scriptures pavilion this time was definitely an unexpected surprise, which Yang Chen did not expect before. As Yang Chen read more and more jade slips, Yang Chen became more and more proficient in the refining and fire control of various medicinal pills, and even the subtle effects of various medicinal pills. It was not an exaggeration to describe Yang Chen's current mood as if he had found a treasure. Therefore, Yang Chen has now abandoned all other thoughts, and is completely immersed in the experience of this massive number of predecessors. Yang Chen often stood on the edge of a shelf, and then his spiritual awareness directly shrouded all the jade slips placed on the shelf, reading all the contents of nearly 10,000 jade slips at one time. Chapter 2331. Yang Chen's state did not make the women and those who cared about him nervous. On the contrary, they were relieved. Madame Bai had advised Yang Chen after refining the heaven tribulation. After all, it was a heaven tribulation. In addition to taking a good rest and relaxing, it was better not to do anything in these 2 years. Even the best state was not to deliberately cultivate. Cultivation also paid attention to the combination of work and rest, and also paid attention to tension and relaxation. When refining the heaven tribulation, Yang Chen was too tense. The Zhao family did not leave much time for Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, so Yang Chen was racing against time. Otherwise, he would not have persisted from the beginning to the end. This was Madame Bai's advice. Those who knew Madame Bai believed her. As an infinite tribulation true immortal, her knowledge was definitely more extensive than that of Yang Chen before his rebirth. Her evaluation of cultivation was almost the truth in the spiritual realm. Everyone was worried that Yang Chen would cultivate harder because of the months of sleep and indulgence. They even prepared some words of persuasion. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen plunged into the Sutras depository and began to read medical books, which made everyone feel relieved and saved them a lot of trouble to persuade him. The Zhao family's current situation was unknown to everyone, and they did not know when they would launch a general attack. But one thing was certain. No matter how powerful the Zhao family was after destroying the Shantian sect, they had suffered a great loss. At least those golden immortals needed some time to recover. This gave the Joint Command and Chunying Palace a lot of time, and Yang Chen could take advantage of this time to completely refine the Heaven Tribulation Cemetery. The Mountain River geographical map had a complete Heaven Tribulation of the spiritual realm, and even the mysterious Immortal Tribulation of the immortal realm. This also meant that the cultivators in the Mountain River geographical map did not have to worry about the lack of room for improvement. In fact, millions of cultivators had begun to pass the human Immortal Tribulation to improve their realm. The earthen Immortal Tribulation and heavenly Immortal Tribulation were also triggered by the corresponding cultivators. In addition to Yang Chen's group, there were at least several thousand experts who had ascended to the third layer of the immortal plane. Among these ascending experts, in addition to those Xian immortal experts who were previously collected by the Mountain River geographical map, most of them were high-level demonic beasts collected after refining the demon world. In the demon realm, demon beasts didn't have the chance to trigger a heavenly tribulation. Even Xian immortal-level demon beasts wouldn't be able to trigger a heavenly tribulation in the demon realm. This was previously decided by the heavenly Tao. It could be said that regardless of whether it was the demon realm or the demon realm, the creatures that were infected by demon qi and demon qi were all abandoned by the heavenly Tao. However, it was different in the Mountain River geographical map. It directly gave these monsters a new opportunity. Just like those demonized monsters in the devil realm, the heavenly tribulation in the Mountain River geographical map purified the devil qi and monster qi in their bodies, allowing them to proudly restore their normal sanity and become a real cultivator. The higher the level of the cultivator inside, the more powerful the Mountain River geographical map would be. From this point of view, the Mountain River geographical map naturally had greater potential and advantages than the space magic weapon owned by the Dragon Clan Master of the Zhao family. However, now Yang Chen didn't have time to pay attention to the changes in the Mountain River geographical map. He was already immersed in the vast ocean of alchemy knowledge and could not extricate himself. He eagerly absorbed the experience left by each predecessor, and there was nothing else in his mind except these. The women wanted to see Yang Chen, but they were blocked by several old-fashioned guardian elders of the scriptures pavilion. Yang Chen had such authority and qualifications, but not necessarily the women, so they could only ask the head of the palace to come forward and look at the state of Yang Chen from a distance. After knowing that Yang Chen was safe, they were relieved. Yang Chen really benefited a lot during this time. Since comprehending the essence of the merit chapter of alchemy, Yang Chen had rarely felt that he was improving by leaps and bounds in alchemy. That feeling could be comparable to the excitement when he first got the medicine nourishing gourd and began to analyze the piles of medicinal dregs. The medicine nourishing gourd only made Yang Chen have a more detailed understanding of the various stages of each medicinal material. What he had learned before made Yang Chen have the foundation of various medicinal materials pharmacology. But after reading these books this time, Yang Chen really had a great understanding of the pharmacology of various medicinal materials and the refining techniques of various medicinal pills. It was a thorough understanding of the various changes of each medicinal pill and a certain medicinal effect that was magnified to the extreme. Yang Chen always thought that he was already a real 8th grade alchemist master because he could successfully refine 8th grade medicinal pills. However, after seeing less than half of these collections, Yang Chen had already realized very clearly that he was at best just a half-bottle vinegar. There was still a gap between the real 8th grade alchemist master and the peak of the abyss. Of course, this was also Yang Chen's self-deprecation. In fact, even in the immortal world, more than 99% of the 8th grade alchemist masters have not reached the current level of Yang Chen. However, the opponents that Yang Chen used to compare were too incredible, which made him feel a little inadequate. His reference object was not the alchemy master Mo Chunmei in his previous life, but the great master of the true immortal level that he was fortunate to meet in this life. He even looked forward to whether he could catch up with the back of the 3 pure Tao ancestors on the road of alchemy. Compared with these people, he naturally felt the gap. But this gap did not make Yang Chen retreat, but it made Yang Chen have a greater fighting spirit. Learning and then knowing the shortcomings, this was the hope of upward improvement. If you don't even know where the gap is, then how can you talk about catching up? The treasures of the profound heaven sect gave Yang Chen hope to catch up with these great masters. For a time, Yang Chen even forgot his original intention was to come in and read some ancient books to refer to the original intention of improving the inner sensing pill. Yang Chen was absorbing knowledge here, forgetting to eat and sleep, but the Zhao family was in another tense situation. The emergence of the joint command allowed the major sect to finally unite successfully. When the strength of the major sect was really united, even the Zhao family had to be careful. In terms of the results of the battle, the Zhao family and the united sect could basically be said to be equal. Although the Zhao family destroyed the profound heaven sect, the Zhao family had to give up their own nest. The losses of the masters on both sides were also equal. The united sect lost a great principal golden immortal, but the Zhao family also lost 7 or 8 golden immortals, which was basically even. At this point, the major sect no longer secretly turned to the Zhao family. Although a lot of half-hearted sect members were lost, the power of the united sect was integrated. It could be said that in the comparison of the strength of the two sides, everyone was almost at the same level. Chapter 2332. Strictly speaking, the Zhao family seemed to be slightly weaker because almost all the golden immortal masters of the Zhao family were injured, and they had not fully recovered after a few years. This was one of the reasons why the Zhao family did not start and gave Yang Chen a chance. There were other reasons, but Yang Lan, who was in the Zhao family and thought that he was also a core high-level member, did not know. Originally, he wanted to get a batch of 7th grade healing elixirs to treat those injured golden immortal masters through his control of Yang Chen. But this time, his control of the great unrestrained demon Heart Sutra failed. The instructions sent out did not get any response. If he could not still feel that his seeds of spiritual awareness had not been dispersed, Yang Lan would have suspected that he had been seen through by Yang Chen. Finally, from the hearts of other puppets, he knew that while Chunyang Palace cooperated with the Joint Command, the entire sect was in retreat on a large scale, waiting for the command, which solved a mystery in his heart. No matter how strong the great unrestrained demon Heart Sutra was, it was the most effective control when everyone was in the same realm. Now Yang Lan was in the demon realm, and Yang Chen was in the spiritual realm. They had crossed a realm and were bound to be affected. What made Yang Lan even more speechless was that almost all the cultivators in the spiritual realm knew how abnormal the core mountain gate of Chunying Palace was. Dozens of sect-level immortals' caves were nested. Needless to say, Yang Chen must be in the innermost core. Yang Lan's great unrestrained demon Heart Sutra was not so good that it could cross 2 realms and penetrate dozens of space immortals' caves. It was normal that Yang Qin could not receive his instructions. The Black Tortoise Academy was exposed early, and they didn't even have time to wait for the 7th grade Lingji Mushroom Jade pill booked from Yang Qin before they had to flee to the Zhao family. So they didn't have a few top-quality healing medicinal pills in their hands. What was even sadder was that the 8th grade alchemist from the Immortal Realm died in Zhou Sheng's hands a long time ago, leaving only a few pills, so the Zhao family was in such an awkward situation now. From this point of view, Zhou Sheng could also be considered to have made a great contribution. Of course, it was highly possible that Zhou Sheng got the inspiration after discovering that Elder Zheng, the Great Wilderness Sect's level 8 alchemist, had been killed. Speaking of Elder Zheng, it was an indisputable fact that Elder Zheng had died at the hands of the Black Tortoise Academy when they defected to the enemy. Previously, there was already a huge suspicion against Lu Wuji. Now, no one would even think of reversing the verdict for Black Tortoise Academy's Lu Wuji. On the other hand, the Golden Immortal from the Black Tortoise Academy, after fleeing from the academy with serious injuries, awkwardly discovered that he had nowhere to go. Although this Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal swore to prove that the betrayal of Xuanwu Academy was only caused by the great elder of Xuanwu Academy to seek revenge for his son Lu Wuji, and that he and the Xuanwu Academy in the Immortal World had nothing to do with the Zhao family. But at this point, the Joint Command did not dare to easily believe an expert from Xuanwu Academy. Fortunately, when everyone joined forces to enter the Demon Realm, this Golden Immortal expert even killed a Golden Immortal from the Zhao family who was severely injured by Zhou Sheng. Because of this, he was not suspected to be related to the Zhao family. But the current situation also made the Joint Command very difficult. After all, he was a Golden Immortal who had crossed the tribulation. It was impossible to abandon such a combat power for no reason. But no matter which sect did not dare to give absolute trust, the position of the Golden Immortal Master seemed extremely awkward. Especially at this time, he was seriously injured. Even if there was a 7th grade Lingji Mushroom Jade pill, the effect on him, a master from the Immortal World, was limited. It could only be useful like Lin Zongxuan before, but it would take a long time to recover. Even if there was a sect interested in him, it would take a great price to make him recover. But what could be done after recovery? There was still the Xuanwu Academy in the Immortal World, and it was impossible for him to turn to another sect who was willing to pay that price for him. After thinking about it, there was no proper arrangement for all parties. At this time, as the head of the Joint Command, the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island looked at Chunyang Palace. The representative of Chunyang Palace in the Joint Command was Yang Chen's master ancestor, Wang Yong. Master Ancestor Wang Yong did not get the Tianyuan pill for a long time, so his cultivation did not increase explosively. He was still at the Earth Immortal level. Among the representatives of the major sect, he seemed insignificant. In addition, Chunyang Palace basically only had the right to know. He basically listened more and spoke less on the Joint Command side. Even if he spoke, he would directly agree with the leader's opinion. His role was similar to a wooden man. When discussing the appropriate way to deal with the Golden Immortal Master of the Xuanwu Academy, everyone's eyes followed the leader's gaze and looked at Master Ancestor Wang Yong. Perhaps it was a good idea to place him in Chunyang Palace. Not to mention anything else, if there was a sect in the spiritual world that could easily afford the healing elixir, it must be Chunyang Palace. It was not that the major sect couldn't afford this price, it was really that they didn't have the cost of Chunyang Palace. After all, the alchemist Yang Qin was from Chunyang Palace. In terms of the cost of the elixir alone, it could be several times lower than that of the major sect. As for other things, Chunyang Palace had 2 characteristics that satisfied all the joint sect. One was that it was obedient and took the overall situation into consideration, and the other was that it had a sense of propriety. In other words, these 2 characteristics could be regarded as one advantage when combined. After accepting the huge number of disciples and heritage of the Xiantian sect, Chunyang Palace had done a very satisfactory job. Knowing that everyone would be vigilant without saying a word, it forced all the new and old disciples to do closed-door training, so as not to cause trouble for everyone. This alone made everyone's satisfaction soar. Even if those former disciples of the Xiantian sect had any tricks up their sleeves, after dealing with the Zhao family with the cooperation of the Chunyang Palace, they would not be afraid of those guys jumping into the sky. The most important advantage was that Chunyang Palace did not pose a threat to everyone. Chunyang Palace could be regarded as a nouveau riche, but it was only a nouveau riche. Compared with the previous Chunyang Palace, it was a step to the sky, but compared with the major sect, it was not a little worse in terms of foundation. Since this sect had so many advantages, it seemed that it was appropriate to place the golden immortal expert of the Xuanwu Academy in Chunyang Palace. In the battle with the Zhao family, the strength that Chunyang Palace could contribute was limited, so treating this golden immortal expert was one of them. As soon as the leader put forward this idea, almost all the representatives of the sect agreed. The only one who did not raise any opinion was Wang Yong of the Chunyang Palace. But he also directly expressed that he would follow the order of the Joint Command and carry it out to the letter. Therefore, before Yang Qin came out of the Sutrist Pavilion of the sect, the Golden Immortal Elder of the Xuanwu Academy, surnamed Yao, was sent to Chunyang Palace. At this time, Chunyang Palace also really showed the style of its nouveau riche. As soon as Elder Yao arrived, he had just settled down, and the palace master personally held 107th grade Lingji mushroom jade pills in front of him.